There we go. Except now YouTube is being slow. Oh well, internet will cooperate eventually. I will go post an announcement.
Optimistic.
So optimistic. I like to think that the internet isn't a sentient creature that's always trying to fuck me, but I know that that's like, I definitely believed that at one point in my life. I don't know what changed. Okay, now that Roll20 is working, my sounds aren't working. What the hell?
Why are your sounds not working?
I don't know. It's just taking a really long time for all this to load.
Get it together, Vic.
I know, right? I suppose I could load it in a different browser. Then it might be really loud.
Sound balance. It'll be fine.
Okay, I'm gonna mute for a second so that I don't blow everyone's eardrums out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Sort of, kind of. We're just gonna let this run and see what happens. Anyway, announcement and inspiration, and then yeah, when we left off, you guys had just finished conking over a bunch of Kuatoa on the bay. And Ace had kind of finished solving the tablets, the encoded tablets. He had decoded the message saying that people were being delivered to Scampy Bay, which Flick recognizes as just kind of a small couple of islets, a little bit to the northwest. He knows how to get there. It's not very frequently traveled, but some people do go over there to fish. It's a little dangerous just because, you know, it's the fucking ocean. But the adventurous fishermen do it.
Is Scampy Bay where the Kuatoa are?
So he's not here to do it himself, but Ace announced that he had solved the message, and he posted it somewhere, and I'll go find it. Just a second. Or I guess I could like post it from my notes, since, you know, he got
Also
it
an
right.
option.
Is YouTube working for anyone else?
Is what working? Yeah, mine's not working either, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank God it's not just me.
Yeah,
That's,
as soon as I went to...
Probably
holy shit.
Down.
Did
just
YouTube
think-
shit the bed?
I think they might have. It's not working on my either.
Yeah, I was like, how's Smoke gonna send us music?
I opened it up for. I was like, better see if there's any music ready, but there's not.
That's a damn
So spot-
shame.
Well, yeah, 30 minutes ago.
Huh.
Hello, friends. What happened to the priest's body? I would like to turn it into clothes.
like the whole body.
So I got the head if you want it. I don't know what happened to the
It's
body.
12 feet of snake. That's a
Can
lot.
I have some of the
skin.
bones?
Sure. I just do not wish to waste any part of anything we kill.
Also, friend Nomad, you didn't seem like you were quite yourself the other night, but do have this brain here if you're hungry and we want to know something about where we're going.
Oh, I'm incredibly famished. Perhaps one of these fellows here, the other Kotoa.
Well, I've also got the brain of the priest we killed. It's the snake head now. Nordo like holds it up for you. I don't know if you can still eat it, but
Yeah, he's like, I can eat it, but I do not know how useful it'll be in this state. The soul doesn't reside in it, but the brain is still a brain. However, when something is polymorphed, their intelligence, well, it changes.
I don't know about the science or nothing, but he seems like a clever guy. Don't know what kind of information you can pull out of there in the state he's in, or if we'd be better off just eating one of these fishmen. No, these fishmen ain't dead yet. We might be able to just get the information out of them the old-fashioned way. Nordo kind of cracks his knuckles.
They are unconscious currently. Let us tie them up.
Easy enough. You guys are able to kind of round them up, get them all tied up.
Did we announce already?
We did.
Sweet.
I'm digging up inspiration on this stuff, but keep going. Keep this shit going.
Ooh, appreciate it. So what did happen to the rest of the priest's body?
I assume that if you want to keep it with you, you can keep it with you. They probably at least wanted to like see it when Caspian took it in to report it for payment. But you know, he brought it back with him. You guys can handle it.
Part of the bones does Vasu like in the...
It's worth
We need-
noting also that Nordo like made a point of skinning it already, so it's been skinned.
Yeah, I think it's already skinned. It took a sweet time, so it's nicely skinned too.
Correct.
Do we know what kind of animal it is? I know it's like it's snake-like with tiny, tiny limbs.
I think a lot of people did nature checks, but you can go and do yours if you'd like.
Imagine it's some sort of like eel.
So there's a lot of elements that you recognize. It kind of looks scaly like fish, but then it has the general shape of an eel or a snake. It's a little bit more like flat on the bottom, kind of like you would expect from a snake rather than an eel. But then it's got fins all the way down its sides, and the eyes are in a weird location, kind of right at the front instead of on the sides. It doesn't look like any actual animal that you know of. It has elements that are familiar from lots of different creatures, but it looks like just this weird mishmash creature.
So the eyes are on the front. This usually indicates that it is a predator, though that only applies to things on land. Lots of predators in the sea have eyes on the side.
Yeah, pretty sure them big nasty whales I fought that one time had eyes on the side too.
Yeah. Whatever did this, I rolled for this already, and we determined this is some sort of curse, and some sort of smiting curse from the gods.
I had you roll an Arcana check, and it feels vaguely similar to kind of like a soul jar or a feigned death. You get the sense that there is some sort of magic at play that has basically left this as kind of a vegetable. You get the sense that there is not much sentience remaining in this body.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast Identify on it first, I guess. See if anything. I'm not sure if I did that already.
I don't think you
To
did.
see if there's something that
Yeah.
tells me what did this
Um,
specifically.
over the course of a 10-minute ritual, you would learn that it is under the effects of. Well, actually, hang on. Let me double check a thing. It is not currently under the effects of any active magic. You get the sense that whatever happened to it was an instantaneous and permanent effect. Kind of like how
Yeah.
healing doesn't leave a lingering aura, it's just a thing that happens and then it leaves the new body.
Yeah. Do we get the sense that this was some sort of contingency? A spell placed on it
oh,
so nothing steals its memories or forces it to talk when it's dead?
boy, I don't. Go and give me a new Arcana check because I forget what you rolled for your, like, what just happened check.
Oh, pretty well.
I'm sure you did.
Oh, this time not so well.
Yeah, it's. You're not really sure. 16 is still pretty good. What you do know is it was kind of a gradual residual thing, and contingency is typically instant. I don't know.
Oh, it wasn't like boom.
Yeah,
Fish.
like this weird transformation happened over the course of maybe 80 or 90 seconds, and it didn't start until maybe 30 or 40 seconds after the fight was over and he was dead. In fact, he wasn't even dead at the time. They had tried to stabilize him
Like
successfully.
punches.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he became catatonic. Whatever this is took his soul, which I don't need. Souls are useless to me for now. Until later.
I hate that for now.
Until I build my Daon receptor, which is gonna be great. Then it's gonna need a whole lot of it.
Well, in the meantime, do we want to just see what kind of information we can get from these here fellas about getting to Scampy Bay?
Certainly. Let's question them first, and if we don't find the information we need, I'll eat one of them instead of the snake.
Fair enough.
I'm not very picky currently.
Whichever one was like rowing the boat when they arrived here, or seemed to be like in charge, I guess.
Yeah,
I
the
will sort of
navigator.
wake
Yeah.
that person up after Ace gets a chance to search the bodies. I think he wants to search the bodies real quick.
Sure, go ahead and
Yeah.
give me investigation.
Yeah, I'm technically,
I'll help.
but I'm not teaching right now, so I have a few moments.
You won't tell anyone, it's a secret.
I'll do a search as well.
Sure.
Just like do it together for advantage, or do we do it separately?
I think your magnifying glass applies to this, so you have advantage on your own. Does it?
PM.
If not, then I'll help. I think you have a better investigation than me.
Well,
You can do it either way. And, like, if you do it separately and you have advantage from another source, then it's probably advantageous to do it like that.
Yeah. Look, my roll's terrible today. This is good. I'm not gonna do it in combat.
No, Matt, you find everything that you would expect to find. You do see that most of them are either unarmored or wearing very light armor that is basically just like fish netting and rope and shells and like turtle plates that have been kind of strung up in places. However, you do find that all of their armor is just coated in this like waxy, kind of just slimy gunk, almost like Vaseline. You're not entirely sure of the purpose of it, but it just everything that they have, their weapons, their armor, their shields, it's all covered in this weird Vaseline-like gunk. They
I'm gonna
have
wipe them off, some off, and put it in the vial.
perfect. It's almost more of a scrape than a wipe, but you're able to gather some
Yeah.
for it's just a sample. You do find that they have some very basic rations on them. I say rations that for a Kuatoa that comes down to like some raw fish and kelp. But those are there. You do find that
Delicious.
the one in the back has their little trident spear thing seems to kind of hum when you move it around a little bit. It definitely has some magical properties of some sort.
What kind of magical properties?
At very first glance, the only thing that you notice is that the very tip of the fork kind of sparks a little when it gets close to any wet surface. You'd have to do an identify to get a full look at it, but some sort of magic on that little spear.
But I get like the school of magic with detect magic, don't I?
Oh, yeah, then you'd get transmutation and a little bit of evocation.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe he can change you into lightning.
Yeah.
Ace, though, you kind of do a little bit of looking around on the, just like the bed of the bay there under the water, just in case anything slipped off during the kerfuffle. And you do find that there is a small leather pouch that seems to have kind of fallen free during that whole kerfuffle. And that leather pouch does contain some money in it, to the tune of...
I throw it back in the water. We don't need money.
Have I said kerfuffle twice already tonight?
Here too.
Yep.
Oh, God.
And kerfuffle.
Embrace
3
it.
now, actually.
Son of a bitch. Okay, well,
Wrong
this
with
is
kerfuffle.
all I'm going to be thinking about for the rest of the night now.
All right. Nordo, you can add this to the party loop for me.
Yep, will do. Nordo, who am the best at math of all of us, will add it.
It's true, you're pretty good.
But yeah, you guys are able to get them tied up very easily. Kind of take any valuables and weapons that they had on them.
And whichever one seemed like was maybe in charge, I will sort of get them awake.
Yeah, you do a little jostling. And you've seen this shit before. You kind of like jostle him too, and you see that there's a couple of sharp breaths, and then immediately he like closes his eye back again and pretends to be asleep. But you've got the kind of like navigator at the back that also seemed to be the most ornamented out of all of them, awake and pretending to be asleep.
Terrific. I will just lean in real close. Be like, I know you're pretending to be asleep. Can we just have a conversation, please?
When you kind of lean in real close, you do see that he kind of like starts to shiver, and his eye kind of like looks up towards you, and then he just begins kind of blathering in a language that you don't understand.
What does it sound like with my anthropology stuff?
It sounds very similar to Kuatoa.
I don't know it, so it's fine.
I'll start reading my Nomad book. In 10 minutes, I'll know it.
Excellent.
Cool. Yeah.
I'll say, your buddy Spurgle speaks common. You don't speak that. Do I?
No, I don't. I'm not a traitor like that one.
Well, we might want to consider a change of plans on that note pretty soon, because we need somebody to take us to Scampy Bay.
Well, our boat only fits like 6, maybe, so you've got the wrong idea.
Stick small creatures. Oh, we can take our own boat.
Oh, then what do you need us for?
Directions?
To our secret hideout base? Never. Don't be ridiculous.
Why not?
'Cause they'll kill me. Just like they're gonna kill that traitor when they find out that he traded. Traded. Betrayed.
Betrayed.
Oh, he's dead.
You can either die
Wink.
now or you can die later.
Well, then let me be stricken here. It would be a lovely beach to be a sponge in.
All right, I'm gonna pull up.
No, we're not gonna kill you on the beach.
Stick it right up against his throat.
Oh, please be pink, please be pink, please be pink.
God damn it.
Wow, this guy's a badass. Kind of think we should let him go.
Nordo will sort of crack his knuckles behind Gale and say, everybody's a badass till I start putting the pain on him.
Joke's
He'll
on you.
talk eventually.
It's undecided whether or not fish feel pain.
I'm gonna just punch him in the nose.
Oh god,
We're about to find out.
I felt that. Give me an attack roll.
Humanoid part of your brain has pain receptors.
Yeah, give me an
I'm
attack.
I'll pull my punch a little bit as to not like knock him back.
Sure.
Just steal some pain.
Oh, okay, all right, yep. I felt that for sure.
Well, now that we've got that mystery figured out, next mystery is how many more times I got to do that till you just take us to Scampy Bay.
I reckon 9 more should make a martyr out of me.
I do have a few questions.
Hold
Before
on,
we
he
leave.
needs 9 more punches before he'll talk, so I'll take care of that real quick.
Do
And I
it.
just punch him
Like a-
9.
Like a bully, just punch him in the arm.
You do notice that somewhere around like the 6th or 7th one, like one of his eyes twitches shut and he starts breathing very sharply, and you hear like a snap. Like he's not looking good. He looks like he might die.
All right. This is ridiculous. Toto, eat him.
Let me punch him first.
I'll sort of put my hand up and I will administer a potion of healing to him.
Oh,
Just like a basic ass healing potion.
I was so close. I saw the light.
All right, after he gets the health
And
from
not
that
the
potion
death.
back, I'm gonna punch him.
Oh, fuck.
After Vasu punches him, I'll be like, by my count, that's 5. You want 4 more still, or can we just start talking?
Well, that potion just undid everything.
Ah,
Undid the bleeding, didn't undo the pain, I don't think.
Do you know if double martyrdom is a thing?
Right, Shu. Peck him 9 times.
What is it with you guys in 9?
Guys, maybe I think
yeah. Nomad raise hand. Sees. This is a completely wasted effort.
yeah, it's
Just
kind
gonna
of
fly
a
over,
it's kind of a
start
sign
pecking him
when
on the top
Nomad
of
is
the
the
head,
one
though.
being the voice of reason here, guys.
This can be performed more efficiently.
Got ideas?
Certainly. I'm gonna eat his brain.
Oh no.
Well, Toto could have done that.
But he would not have gleaned any information from it.
Alright, do you do it? Are you going over there to crack it open?
I'm just going to approach him and I'm going to like look him over. But first, a few questions. I can only glean one bit of information from eating his brain, and I wish for that to be about the island. So instead, I'm going to ask first with a vial, what does this do? This substance you've rubbed all over yourself and your equipment.
It's real slippery, duh.
What?
It's real slippery.
It
With
is
lube?
indeed.
Yeah.
Is it water based?
No, of course not. Why would... No, of course it's not water-based.
Oh, silicone then.
No, it's... Listen, there's this weird... it's like a fat cucumber, and you grind it up into a paste, and then you mash it up, and it like turns into that stuff.
What is it for?
To make us slippery. You know. Evasion.
Are you not already slippery?
Well, you know, naturally a little bit, but the rope and stuff and the plates and turtles, like have you ever seen a slippery turtle?
Does it not make everything harder to
I
hold
don't
on
know.
to?
It would, except check this out. And he like holds up his hand. And you do see that like along the inside of his palm, it kind of looks like looks a little bit like a cat's tongue. It's just got these tiny little like bristles.
Fascinating. You would make interesting armor.
I'm gonna make a better sponge.
I think you would make a better sponge. You lack the sponge-like qualities and absorption. The filtering.
Well, okay, but you know, all things in due time.
You said you saw a light.
Yeah.
Did you not mean the depths of the sea? The darkness? I do not think you were going to become a sponge.
What do you mean?
Sponges live in the depths. You saw a light. Maybe you were going to be reincarnated as a bird.
No, that's ridiculous. Why would I? I was about to be a martyr. All martyrs become sponges. Everyone knows that.
Not quite true.
What if he became a kitchen sponge though?
What's a kitchen sponge? Never heard of it.
What you don't have kitchens?
What's a?
You
What's
don't
a?
wash your dishes?
Is this like an animal? Like what?
Never mind.
Okay.
Sometimes when sponges die, the creatures on the land take them, their corpses, dry them out, and then use them to clean their dishes.
You mean after they're reincarnated back into Kuatoa, right?
Is it a cycle then?
Yeah, sort of, kind of. There's like a point system involved.
I
No one
think my
thinks
friend's
about
right.
it.
You didn't earn enough points.
Baloney, I just took like 7. I lost count around like 4, but I think it was 6 hits.
Doesn't count unless you die.
Well, then finish it.
Okay. This god of yours, that's his policy?
Yes, one of Thermometer's many points of
Thermometer?
yeah Thermometer. One of his many points
I
of
would
wisdom.
I would like to hear more about your god.
Um,
You'd like to spread his gospel, perhaps?
of course. Are you trying to
Tell
be
me about him.
proselytized?
What was that?
Are you trying to be proselytized? Proselytized? What is the word? What is that word?
Sure.
Prostitutionalized.
No, prostituted. No, it's not that. That's different.
Do tell me as much as you can about your god. And
Okay.
Nomad is just going to try and learn more about this procedure, like how they make it, for example.
Sure. Give me
Is it killable?
a persuasion check or a deception check to feign interest. Either one's suitable.
No, I'm really interested, so it's gonna be persuasion.
Okay, I kind of figured.
Could I do a religion instead?
No.
Okay, here's persuasion.
He seems sure this is a way to get points. He's willing to play along.
Also, be right back.
Sure.
Keep talking though, I can hear.
Okay. So he tells you that the great and all-powerful Thermometer is a powerful god that they've been worshiping for many, many years, as long as he's been alive. But they are working on a big ritual to increase his power and eventually make it so that he will be powerful enough that all beings will worship him, including the ones on the land. And they're going to do that by giving him the power to apparently heal and maybe even bring people back from the dead, and also to make very beautiful things like music and art and ships and gold. Apparently, this plan has been in the works for about a year now, and it's all coming to fruition soon.
Well, it seems like that's why you're not going to be a sponge.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I just mean you guys stopped worshipping Thermometer because he wasn't powerful enough, so you had to get humans to help you.
Sounds kind of heretical to me.
Oh no, the humans are just like sacrifices, you know.
Right,
Oh,
because you
except
don't
for
think your god's strong enough. I get it.
Can I make an insight check to see how sincerely this guy wants to be killed for his religion?
Sure.
Like how much he thinks he would actually go live a better afterlife or whatever.
Sure.
Can I make an insight check to see how much of what he tells us is actually just the truth and not just
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not about the god not being strong enough. It's about always being stronger, always growing, always evolving. You know, it's a fish eat fish world out there. You know, if you stop for even a moment, then you're just going to get swallowed up by some other god. Ace, he believes every word. Nordo, he seems sincere. He seems very emphatic. He seems to completely believe everything that he's saying, including the idea that if he dies a martyr, he will benefit in the long run from it. He seems to be on board with what he's saying.
All right. I'm gonna take a knee in front of him. I got a proposal for you then. How about
I'm already married.
you take us to Scampy Bay, and when you get there, I'll kill you as a martyr, and then you'll get to go be a sponge.
See, no, I would, like, if I take you to the secret hiding place, then that discounts all of the good stuff of being a martyr. They'd probably equal out, but, like, I'm not going for even here. I'm, like, trying to end up net positive.
What if my friend here with the octopus face just took it out of your mind without you wanting him to?
I'd probably still, like, get docked a little bit for failing to defend the secret with my life and breath, but I tried my hardest.
I have an idea.
I don't think I can be docked for something that I can't control.
I have an idea that might benefit you. What if I pulled out this map and you lie to us and say where it's not at? So when I point to it, you say it's not there. But if I point to where it's not, you say it is there, and you lie to us. And since you're lying to us, we get to find out where it's at, and you get to get good points for hiding it from us.
Give me persuasion at disadvantage.
Oh my god, Meg, I'm really bad at persuasion.
He's not as stupid
That was
as.
a really bad. That was a very bad
That was
persuasion.
still really, really good for having disadvantage.
Listen, surely that would be worth less, but in the long run, I'm still helping you narrow down where the secret hideout is, so I don't think I should do it. I think I can feel all of my bones.
No, man, I don't think this conversation's going anywhere. Maybe we should just go with plan B.
Don't you guys already have the trader for this anyway?
Yeah,
He's an idiot, though.
yeah, he was sleeping.
He looks over to the trader, and he starts to get a spit ready, but about halfway through, he starts coughing up blood instead. He's like, oh, never mind.
Wait, is the trader with us? I thought he was on our ship or something.
He's here somewhere. We had him unconscious, but he's
Yeah.
probably.
He's very conspicuously poking his head around the corner. There's just a giant fish eye kind of like looking out over the whole thing.
All right, I'm gonna just have to
Wait,
eat him from the feet up. Leave the brain for Nomad.
didn't Flick say that he had guiding hand?
There are a lot of ways we could do this besides.
Yep. For the record, Flick has already made it very clear that he knows where these islands
We
are.
just use guiding. Yeah. So why are we doing this then?
I have. No
I do
idea.
not. I'm only here to question him about the methods they use about their gods. I don't know what everyone else is doing.
Everybody
Well-
started questioning him about how to get to Scampy Bay, so I assumed we didn't know.
Well, I don't know about Flick's magic or nothing because I don't know nothing about magic. But Spurgle told us that you got to go through some portal or something to a different world, and I don't know if the magic finds stuff that way.
No, that's
So
not how it
here's
works at
the-
all.
Yeah.
I say, do we even think that's true?
No.
And there's
Listen,
some-
you've got it all backwards. What it actually is you have to walk into the beach of Scampy Bay and put your head under the water, your face parts, the parts that you humans breathe with, and you have to hold it there for like 30 minutes, and that's how you get through the magic portal.
I can do that.
God.
Is that the truth?
It's the truth.
I'm insight checking.
It's a lie. No, it's
Okay.
not.
My minimum is at 18.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Spurgle says there's some lighthouse that protects it, and he ain't gonna help us get past it. I don't know if just a little hand pointing us the right direction is gonna be enough to get there safe.
Well,
No,
we
just-
only need to
have-
find it. Spurgle has agreed to let us through.
I don't know as I trust Spurgle's agreements. Be more
Is
inclined
his
to.
name really Spurgle?
It's a
It's
lot
longer.
more syllables than that, but that's what I've landed
Spurgle,
on to
guggle,
call
guggle,
him.
guggle, guggle. Something like that.
I'm just saying there's no mistaking it if we just pull it right out of his brain. I ain't saying you have to eat it if you don't want to, but maybe your magic trick that lets you read thoughts.
I'm not sure why we're hung up on eating this guy's brain. Like, I know we don't need to, but they were sacrificing kids.
No, to be clear,
It's more the effect it has on Nomad and the fact that he can only do it once every so often. So if we find a better brain, we're out of luck.
if you're up to me, I'd just chop the heads off all these guys and find it myself, but y'all seem averse to that idea. I
Wait, what idea?
don't
Would be
have
quite
any,
a waste.
any second
When
thoughts
did-
about killing slavers.
Yeah. I do not think they are slave versus the thing. I think they are zealots.
Yeah, sorry,
Even
child
worse.
sacrificers.
Yes, this makes them useful to me.
Okay, maybe Nomad shouldn't eat him.
All right, Toto, eat them.
No, don't, says Nomad.
Shoo! She starts
Uh,
pecking at him.
Yeah. unless Nomad like physically intervenes, I think Toto's just gonna start kind of chomping away
Yeah.
at him.
Do not make me repeat myself.
What do you need them for?
They can make gods.
We're not.
Or
That's not how
We're not doing that, Nomad.
they.
You are
Their
not
gods
because
are-
you don't have the purpose, but I need to find out how this works. Understand that their power must lie in the brain.
I'm pretty
They're
sure that
Nomad.
I'm pretty sure it lies with the fact that they were made by a crazy god.
Nomad, you don't know how it
Your
works.
god, Coralon, made you
I didn't
Well,
elect
so,
her.
and kobolds. You
They
are
were-
all related somehow.
I'm
They were
actually
just
like,
about to take a 10-year-old boy in a sack and sacrifice him alive. That's how it works, Nomad. To be clear.
To be clear, there might be another way. They had a god before all this. Who offered
there were
you
there
the-
were children before that. They could have just found more children. Also,
Yeah, this is why I need to know more before you start needlessly massacring. Because that's a little better, I suppose.
I think we got different definitions of needless, but
Yes, they do not need to die, but you are killing them, then it is needless.
well, I think what he's saying, Nomad, is that if we let them live, they're just going to continue to do this and kill people.
Not say we would let them leave.
You're just going to tie them to this rock here and just say, "Stay there forever. Goodbye."
No, I have information to extract from them.
that's what I'm saying. Let's get to extracting and get a move on. Like that's what we're all saying.
Yes, let me please.
Yeah, but he's not talking to you.
Just holds up a hand as if to say quiet. Back to the main guy and continue to question him about this method. When did the priest make contact with you? Well, ex-priest, he holds up the head.
So after that whole conversation, I'm beginning to doubt whether or not I should tell you anything else. Okay, so are you gonna try to make a god? What's your deal? Because if I'm helping to create
I am God.
oh no, I definitely can't help you anymore, dude. That like helping competing gods, that's big points off.
This is going to be very fun, and I do not have fun. So you agree then? I am a god.
I don't see why not. You say you are.
They worship things until they become gods. We could hold up a sponge and call it a god. That was a poor example.
Excellent. But I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about your god. You are trying to elevate him?
Yeah, sure. Glory to Thermometer.
Yes, Lord Thermometer, may he reign in whatever. You do know what the thermometer is, yes?
Yeah, he's the great and powerful god that makes all of our clan strong and powerful.
You named him after a measuring device. It measures temperature.
What? No, he named himself.
Thermometer named himself.
Of course he did. He's a god.
This is fascinating.
Is he a rectal thermometer?
I don't think so.
Do you
There
put
are
him up
many
your butt?
kinds.
No, that's gross. Stop it.
Historically, there might have been a god which you inserted rectally.
Mm.
It's the most direct form of worship. You know, some religions try to sell you with that. Oh, this cup of grape juice and this little bread wafer, that's the body of your god, and putting him inside you is unifying him. No,
That's
just stick him up your
ridiculous.
butt.
God
are
Animus
all-
did happen.
God.
They're all ridiculous.
Butt chug God today. I said it in the Vasu voice, and now that can be the title.
Appreciate it.
The butt
You're
chug
welcome.
god.
Butt chug God today.
Surface thoughts. Little tiny bit of fear, but mostly religious thoughts. Lots of thoughts about sponges. Honestly, So like when you think of a sponge, you think of like, a plain little brown and yellow sponge. These sponges that they're all thinking of are like beautiful, bright, vibrant colors surrounded by anemone. Some of them are like frilled in like gold filigree and have these weird patterns all over them. Just beautiful, otherworldly, fantastical sponges. Lots of it. A few thoughts of an island. Um, there are a few flickering images of a tall spire of earth that kind of juts out from the middle of a large lake. Um, images
Is this
of
the lighthouse?
images of the moon. You would see when you mention the word lighthouse, several of them begin to think of a lighthouse at the top of that spire of earth. Give me a luck check unless you're going to be probing deeper manually.
Sure. I'll be probing deeper eventually anyway, but let's see what we can get in the surface.
Sure.
17.
Yeah, you see several of them have flashing visions of this lighthouse, and you can see that the lighthouse has. Hey, stop it, cats! Be nice.
What are you fighting?
They're
And
cats. Cats are assholes.
they're cats. That's all they do. But you do see that at the top of this lighthouse there is this kind of brilliant white ball of energy that vaguely resembles an eye, and it seems to kind of look at you as you were experiencing these visions. Not as if, it recognizes that you're reading their minds. It's just that in their memories, the eye looked at them.
What did you say about this eye again?
It was
Weird.
kind of at the top of the lighthouse where the light would normally be.
There's an eye on top of a lighthouse. It's like Sauron, but nautical.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
And when I mention a portal to their land, do they show a portal?
Kind of, sort of. They all kind of begin to experience visions of these, like, flashes of light, colored, energy that is colored the same as the eye in the lighthouse. And then you can see pictures of a cavern. There's kind of a pond in the middle of it that is surrounded by these just various types of reefs and kind of anemone. It's all lit by this soft blue lighting that kind of fills the whole cavern. You can see that there are just rough structures and buildings and tents that are kind of scattered around on all sides of this kind of pond. And just Kuatoa all throughout that little cavern.
Digging deeper if I have to into any of them. How do we enter?
They all refuse to speak, of course. But let me see.
The DC 18.
Yeah, let's see what we make it. After very little resistance, you're able to kind of just pry into their head, and they can feel that you're starting to probe. And you can now see that they seem to approach this lighthouse and interact with it, talk with it. Sometimes it asks for a password. Sometimes it merely seems to recognize them. Sometimes he has brief conversations with them. Sometimes in cryptic messages. Do you have the ability to understand Kuatoa language right now?
Yeah. I
Uh,
understand all language.
okay, perfect. Then you would understand that the lighthouse does seem to speak Kuatoa. And after it seems content talking to them, after it's approved them, it seems to kind of open a little rift inside of the lighthouse, where you step in through the door and then through the rift, and then that leads to the cave.
Do I take note of the sometimes you say sometimes there's passwords and sometimes he just allows them in?
Yeah, sometimes he just recognizes,
But it
sometimes...
says something Kuatoa.
Yeah, it speaks to them in Kuatoa, and it basically just has some form of being like, hey, are you guys cool? Yeah, we're cool, and then he lets them in.
Seems awfully simple. Well, unfortunately, all of you have betrayed your god now.
What do you mean?
Now, none of you are going to be sponges.
What have you done to us?
You've helped us and you didn't even realize it.
I know the entrance to the lighthouse. I've seen the eye, I've heard the voice.
Got what we need then.
We have. You may do as you wish.
Nordo just kind of nods and dumps a little bit of tobacco out of his pipe, puts his pipe away, and then just unceremoniously sweeps an axe into the head of this one.
Easy enough.
Right on down the line, unless anybody stops him.
Yep. There's a little bit
It'll
of
start on the opposite side.
perfect. You guys kind of meet in the middle. There's some hurried and frantic Kuatoa prayers. Yeah. There's no resistance. They're all tied up and bound, and they can't really act. You're able to execute all of them.
I'd like to keep this guy's head now and kind of eat it, because I am starving. I've been holding out the entire time.
Excellent. All right.
I'm just gonna go into this cave and just munch on it a little.
Oh man, this is how you get when you get hungry. That's why we said you should just eat it.
But now I can ask it a different question, and I wish to extract all the ways that they make a god.
All right. Nomad takes this head and he heads off into the cave and begins to. You guys hear cracking and crunching as he kind of pries open the skull and begins to slurp
Heads
some brains
off.
out. Hey. And you are fishing for information about the ways that they produce gods. At first, you start to have these very lucid visions of rituals. Sometimes the rituals are as simple as collecting shiny things and bringing them into a big kind of bubbling pool in the middle of this damp cave, tossing them in, and there are several bright flashes of light as they kind of utter incantations and prayers and chants. And sometimes you will see visions of this god. You can see that this god in these visions now is this... It kind of has this vaguely humanoid shape, except the whole thing is just made up of fish, snakes, and eels. So like each of its fingers is like a fish or an eel. Its eyes are snakes that have been kind of wound into little circle shapes. Likewise, the mouth is a pair of eels that have been like wrapped together to form a pair of lips, and they kind of chant these exact same prayers back at them in Kuatoa, with the whole just writhing mass of biomass kind of working together to make this one humanoid shape. However, you see other rituals, some of which involve finding animals and doing animal sacrifices, and eventually you do see that there are just escalating degrees of sacrifice being made, up to the point that you can see them putting humanoid creatures into what appears to be kind of a holding cell. You can see that they have made cages out of bone and coral, and there are lots of people that are talking like, oh, the ritual is coming in October, except they probably have a different word for October because they're Kuatoa. And all of this just excited hush-hush, preemptive celebration for the ritual that's coming. However, as you're experiencing all of these thoughts and all of these visions, things start to get a little aloof. You start to notice that like people's faces will suddenly just kind of like peel open and bloom like an anemone, and then they're just anemones instead of faces. You'll notice that like a person will be talking, and then their mouth will be replaced with like a talking clam that is just kind of clapping open and closed as they speak words. And then you watch as all of the cave walls of this damp cave start to turn brown and then yellow and then spongy. And after about maybe 35 or 45 seconds of experiencing these flashing visions, you look down and you can see that the skull and the brain is starting to turn spongy in your hands. And outside on the beach, as you guys look over at the decapitated bodies of these Kuatoas, you can see that rapidly, rather than decompose, they are beginning to turn pink and blue and yellow, and holes are starting to sink in all along the surface of their skin as they rapidly turn to sponges.
Here, I thought it was, I guess I thought they meant their souls were going to go be reborn as, I mean, this fella here is a sponge now.
How is this somehow weirder than the moon?
This is weirder than Feywild, and that was a dream.
Yeah, Nomad returns, and he's like, this explains the theory. The priest we were with did worship Thermometer instead of Wookiee. At least belonged to Thermometer now. The same
But I'm not
way.
the only one that can't say that names with a straight face.
It's too funny.
It's really comforting that even you can't do it.
Thermometer? Or
Oh,
Wookiee?
you ruined it. Sorry,
Oh.
continue.
I would like to take a moment to study one of these Kuato corpses turned sponges. Is the sponge alive? Is it turned into a living sponge?
Sure, give me your choice of medicine, animal handling, or nature. All of which really should just kind of be one skill, I think, in this situation. Yeah, so you start to kind of inspect it, and at first it's in this kind of transitional stage where it's halfway between decomposed meat and sponge, but once it is fully converted after like a minute or two, you can see that it is, I mean, you've seen living sponges before. This is a living sponge. I don't know what exactly a living sponge does, but it's doing it. Whatever it is, it's doing it.
Filter feeding?
Trying to, I guess?
Wait, so
Shell
are these
swimming?
Kuatoas turning into sponges before our eyes? Is that what's happening?
Like their bodies just like rapidly turned into sponges.
Wait, what if we kill them? Will they like just stop being sponges? It'd be
What I
kind
was
of funny.
about to say is, do I know how to kill a sponge?
Fire!
Presumably fire would do it. God, out of character, I don't know how to kill a sponge, so I don't have a good answer.
I'm
But
assuming fire because
yeah, fire would probably do it.
Asu, we need you. We need your fire.
Sponge
Need
in a
some
furnace, it doesn't kill it, it just tries it out.
Thanks, Minecraft.
I mean, presumably, if you're that worried about it, just take them up to dry land and set them down somewhere.
But then when they get wet, they rejuvenate.
Well,
Wait,
take
what
them
am-
somewhere they're not
actually-
going to get wet.
Are they turning into giant sponges or just like small, like kitchen sponges?
So the mass of their body is converted to sponge, all of which seems to be kind of one big organism. So they're turned into large sponge, versions of their old bodies.
Oh, that's kind of sad. I was hoping that we could just like stuff one in my pocket and take it with me.
Maybe you could always cut some of it off.
It's not the same if it's not the whole thing.
That's fair. I would say that they're pretty small to begin with, but you're also pretty small to begin with. So.
They're like the size of me.
Yeah.
Alright, gather them all together. I'll pull out 2 of my flasks of oil.
I'll pile them all up.
Alright, I'll start dousing them and then...
I'll start a fire.
Listen, I know I'm on board with this because I have to be on board with this, but this is a little sacrilegious.
Yeah, well, you guys said that the cycle is Kuatoa, Sponge, Kuatoa. We can't risk these guys coming back. Sorry.
So wait, if that's the case, you're just turning them back into Kuatoa, right?
Baby
Well-
Kuatoas.
Presumably, these bodies would then become Kuatoa again.
Oh. Oh man, I actually don't know how that works.
Let's find out for
Let's-
science.
Yeah, let's find out. Okay, I'm into it now. You guys light it up, and there's a bit of a the smell of kerosene fills the air and kind of rolls its way up the wet rocks of the cliffside. The bonfire burns black for some time, and then eventually changes to kind of a smoky gray as it peters out. And yeah, over the course of about 35-45 minutes, accelerated by the oil, all of this spongy mass dries and then burns and crackles and chars until you're left with just kind of a black, ashy spot on the beach. You watch to see if there's any sort of undoing of the transformation, and nothing happens, at least not over the time that you watch. There really isn't a whole lot of mass that could be converted back at this point.
For the sake of just like covering up what we did, I will hold my hand up over the sand and do a little chanting, and the ash will sort of mix in with the sand and sort of bury it.
Perfect.
While I'm at it, I'll go ahead and drop my axe too, and it'll disappear into the ground.
Excellent. By the time all of this is done, it's probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, if you know where we're going now, Nomad, say we get a move on.
We should, as a precaution, perhaps inform the authorities about an impending incursion.
I think Caspian done told his guild about it all, so I think they're on the lookout.
Yeah, they're aware that there's something fishy going on. No pun intended, but I will take credit for it. Yeah, they'll be on heightened alert for a little while.
Seems to me the city's on pretty high alert anyhow on account of all the creatures from the sea and such.
I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, harvesting these sponges, Nomad kind of puts them in the water.
All that's left of the sponges now is
Yeah.
just burnt ash.
Oh, they
Burnt
burnt them?
ash, burnt them and buried them. Concerned they were going to come back as more Kuatoa.
That's so, then they probably already have.
Well,
Yeah, but they're probably babies now, so it's fine.
Yeah,
if they
We have
did,
time.
just- well, it's not here.
harmless, quite easy to kill.
That wasn't really the point I was going for, but okay.
Was that not?
No.
No.
My point was that their current bodies turned into sponges, so it wasn't like their souls were being reincarnated into sponges. They were literally changing into sponges, so I was worried that there was going to be a process in which, after they had grown as sponges to a certain point, they would then become Kuatoa again, as if being reborn in an endless cycle of Kuatoa and then sponge.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. They were just we were gonna leave and come back here, and they were gonna be Kuatoa again.
But why sponges, I wonder?
I don't know. It's
They
real
filter feed.
weird.
They're really important for the ocean's ecosystem.
It's the Orcish word for ecosystem.
I don't think we
Surely
have
they
one.
don't have one.
We just straight up don't have one for that one.
It's probably like Circle of Life or something.
That makes sense. You have a whole song about it.
Circle of Life. You just sing it every time you want to use the word.
Inflection is very important in Orcish culture.
It is.
Simple language, inflections, everything. They have 46 ways to inflect die.
So
Well,
how are
not,
we getting
uh,
to? Do we know where we're going?
We do?
Yes.
And we are going there now.
I think we ought to go quick as can. I don't want us to stay in the city any longer. We need to with Leah here and the company here.
All right.
We should take our ship. Probably Flix. It can go invisible or something?
It's probably for the best.
All right. You guys heading towards Scampy Bay on Flick's ship? Is that the plan?
I reckon so. I will, if everyone's amenable to it, I'll have us like swing by the docks and pick up Leah on the way. Just because I don't want to leave her in the city by herself for real
Oh,
long.
that's fair.
Leah should be safe. She's with Gugu.
Cuckoo.
Cuckoo.
Gugu.
Who?
Is that the railgun's name?
No, my invisible Toto.
I didn't know there was an invisible Toto. I guess I forgot she's in that no scry in space, which is probably the safest place for her.
And she's got this guy watching out.
Excellent.
Cool. So disregard that. We'll just leave her.
Oh, cool.
All right. I assume you at least stop by to like tell them where you're going.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
I love that spell. It's one of my favorite spells.
I wish it was like viable, like more viable.
Yeah, it's
But it is real good. Like it's just very situational. Like this is a good situation for it.
Oh, this dog. Yeah. The faithful hound.
Yeah. It is a weird spell to try and set up for, but
Yeah, it's a great spell as a DM.
Exactly.
Never as a player.
Vasu, what's up?
I just want to check my mail before we leave town.
Oh, let's see here.
Oh yeah, and I need to send mail.
Excellent. You've not received a response yet, Vasu. But they're able to confirm that your message did go through. They do mention that, with all of the weird seismic activity last week, there's still slow responses in a lot of areas. She almost seems to like detect that there might be some anxiety or worry going on there, and immediately goes into sort of like a, everything's being okay, don't freak out mode. Whether it's appropriate or not is up to you.
Now that you've told me not to freak out, I don't think I have any other choice. It's my little brother out there. Do you know if the mail got to him already, at least? Like, if he got it, why hasn't he messaged back yet?
Well, is he the type that takes a long time to write, perhaps? Does he need to find a transcriber?
She's asking if your brother's illiterate.
He's not that...
I'm sure that he's received the message, and I hope that everything is okay.
Everything better be okay. You're gonna receive a very strong... You won't. I don't mean that. I'm worried.
It's
You
okay.
understand, right?
If you send this strongly worded message through us, I can guarantee it'll be delivered.
I mean, he's little, but he's not like stupid or nothing. But he's never left the house before. This is his first.
Relax. I'm sure.
He like
everything will be
died right
okay.
away, and I'm worried. What if it's not?
Vasu has his little panic attack at the mail lady. Ace, you're able to
Does she
send your
give me a
joke book
hug?
off. She does give you a hug.
Oh,
She tells you a
Thank
story about her nephew that she's also very worried about.
the world's just so scary right now.
I'll get you a price, Ace. It's probably, actually, for just a joke book, it would be like 7 silver. No, it'd be a little more than that. There's magic involved. It'd be 2 gold. But either way, you guys are able to send off your mail real quick, check in with your NPCs, tell Leah that you're headed off somewhere and she'll stay safe with Gale's invisible watchdog, Invisible Toto,
Goo
Goo, whose name I will continue to forget for at least 5 more times.
How could I ever forget
Luigi.
it? Goo Goo. It's so cute.
It's real good.
it's going to change every other session.
Okay. I didn't know if it was a Toad or an Oz reference or not.
It is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, perfect.
It's from the books.
Excellent. And then you...
Everything about Gale is an odd reference. Don't be silly.
Of course. And then you begin to head off to the northwest on Flick's ship. And in his absence, let me get a piloting check from whoever wants to. Which I guess is probably either going to be Motor Gale.
Do you want it, Moat?
Either way. Sorry, I was hunting for it in my thing.
Easy enough. 16 is plenty. You're able to kind of follow his instructions. It does take... takes the better part of about 2.5, 3 hours to get there. But after about 2.5, 3 hours... Actually, let me check the weather. Ooh, perfect. Mist starts to kind of roll in from the west, which makes it a little hard to spot the islands, but eventually, because you know exactly where you're going, you do see that there are several small islands in a chain, and the largest one in the middle is kind of in the shape of this, it's kind of like a crescent moon, except one side of it is real chunky and thick, kind of like a shrimp, with its tail kind of curled around and wrapped the other way. And you do see that it causes this kind of little inlet bay or a cove in the middle of it, where the water gets very shallow, and you can actually see that there are a handful of spires of stone that kind of poke up in it. But then you can see as you approach that right in the kind of middle of the thickest part of this island, there is a pretty large caldera. It's you can see the tree line disappears, and you can see there's this kind of just vibrant greenish blue water that has been settled up at the top for a long time. And then sticking straight up out of the middle of that caldera, there's a spire of earth, maybe 100 or 200 feet across, that has right in the center of it a lighthouse. And only a lighthouse, just this plain white lighthouse, inexplicably sitting at the top of this tall spire, maybe 300 feet above the caldera.
That's where we need to go, right? That's where the portal is?
Yep, that should do it. Oh, listen, I got a weird feeling about this. Like, he's real nice and all, but like, you guys aren't supposed to be here, and I don't know if, like, I don't know. I just don't know if you're going to be able to like pull the wool over his eye.
You've seen what we can do. We can kill any god we need to.
Kill
I
him.
think he means will thermometer let us in? Because we had to confirm that we were cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you guys just play it real cool and have a cool like cover story, he'll just like let you right in. Otherwise, like you said, you might have to like, I don't know, find this portal and put your hands into it and pull real hard until it just stretches wide enough to squeeze through.
I'm here on a pilgrimage.
Did you guys make the lighthouse too? Is that another one of your gods?
No, don't be ridiculous. He's just an angel.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
It checks out.
But you can get us through, right, Spurgle? You know how to get through.
Maybe. If they're still using the password from last week, then I can get us through. But if they're not using that same password anymore, then we might just have to kind of play it by ear.
I repeat what I heard in the brain before it turned to all sponge.
Yeah, I mean, you heard lots of different flashes of memories. Sometimes there was a password involved, sometimes it's just a conversation, sometimes it's like riddles and shit.
Like, was this it last time?
You go through a couple of the ones that you heard, and eventually the second or third one that you mentioned is like, oh yeah, that's the one. And it is this just unintelligible mess of vocal noises that are very difficult to pronounce. Except, oddly, I imagine Nomad is probably the best at pronouncing natural Kuo-toa language out of everyone here.
My throat is surprisingly very good at this language.
Oh, Ace, right. Ace is going to be pretty good at it, too. Yep, that makes sense.
Ace is good at any kind of throat sounds.
Gay.
So gay.
Hello.
He flicks back just in time.
Well, playing it by ear tends to work out for us most of the time, so give that a shot.
I won't be talking a lot. It's hard to fake this accent while also having a sore throat, so...
That is the smallest flick energy I've ever heard.
You really should have taken it easy with Caspian last night. I could hear you across the docks.
I don't judge what you do in your spare time, you batshit. Batshit.
That was one time.
Is he,
This was one time for me.
Is he like biologically capable of jealousy, or is this more of like a, I don't know what mind players are. Concern? Okay.
His throat, it is damaged. How will he cast spells?
Oh, I'm confident it's not permanent. Maybe.
He will be fine. It's just we're about to confront possibly 200 Kuo-toa.
If they're all as pathetic as those other ones were, then bring it on. Let's do it.
Time for a holy crusade.
Caspian on that.
Okay, so you guys are about maybe 700 or 800 feet out. You've gotten a pretty clear look at the
Caspian, I like your
island.
chutzpah.
Thanks.
And the implication that you dick is big enough to damage your throat.
Well, it's not really about how big it is.
It's about how ferociously you savage your throat. I
Right,
can
it's
damage
not
your
the
throat.
size of the mast, it's the motion of the ocean, right, Flick?
Anyway, now that we've
You are
been
weirdly into this.
thoroughly banned from Twitch,
What? It's not weird. Shut up.
it's only weird if you make it weird. Anyway, actually, even from 700 or 800 feet out, let me double check a thing. Yeah, you do notice that after a little bit of surveillance, a light begins to kind of flicker at the top of this lighthouse. And eventually, like a beacon, it kind of looks around in several different directions, and then it shines kind of at you guys. Not blindingly so, but it is as if a lighthouse was pointing its light at your ship. And it kind of seems to just track you as you move. It seems aware of you.
I look and see if there are any creatures about in that area.
Sure, give me a perception check.
I will look through the spyglass.
Taking a look around, you do see that there's lots of wildlife. You do see that on the shore, a pretty good distance away from the lighthouse. It's kind of at the middle of the crescent, whereas this thing is in the thick of the left part of it. Just kind of by the shore, there's a bunch of Kuatoa that have made up a little camp and look like they're doing some fishing. You don't see any other creatures on top of this plateau with the lighthouse. It seems to just be the lighthouse up there.
Okay. I'd recommend we just pull right up unless there's some sort of reason we shouldn't, Spurgle.
Well, I guess there's one way to find out. If anything does go sour and he gets real grumpy with you, just like, well, I mean, like, the light burns. It burns way more than normal sunlight does. At least twice as much.
That's
You
gonna
say-
rule me out of this.
Yeah, you and me both.
No, I just say sighs. Please apply this this substance to your skin.
The lubrications.
The lubrication.
Well, my skin isn't the problem. It's my eyeballs. Can I put it on my eyeballs?
No, I do not know. This is your substance.
Let's find out if this thing is safe for eye discs. And he takes.
How about we just cover your face with this cloth? It's
That would also protect my identity. That way, if he realizes that I'm a traitor and you guys are here to kill everyone, he can't tear my soul into 3 pieces.
Can I make like some kind of check? When we roll up to this ice, he just gonna spurt out that we're here to kill everyone and get us all killed?
Give me an insight check. It's kind of a hard read. That's a complex read. But let's find out.
Nope.
Yeah, hard to tell.
Luckily, Moat's the captain.
Oh, I thought Flick was back. I was gonna give him his ship back. I assumed he wanted it.
we took your ship. Like
Thanks for letting me captain it. I only like scratched it a little.
Only a little bit, okay.
on the air.
All right, so
I'm a very good captain.
you guys just bring it in right up to the top of the plateau and board there?
I reckon so.
All right. As you board, the eye continues to track you until eventually, as you get close enough that it becomes like a hindrance, it's so bright that it is almost blinding. It does kind of spread wide, and the light seems to dissipate in this just kind of heavenly aura all around it. It's especially well illuminated because there's so much mist going on. It creates these rainbows all around it, just halos of color. But even as it disperses this light into kind of an aura around it, you do see that there is just this glowing, gleaming white eye that continues to follow you. It occasionally glances in different directions, including down to the beach where some of its Kuatoa followers are fishing. But then as the ship finally does come up astride the plateau and you put down the boarding planks and start to cross over, it does begin to speak in this booming voice in Kuatoa at first, which a few of you understand. And it says, "Outsiders, you tread upon our holy grounds. What brings you here?"
Multipass.
I don't know what that means.
But we're here on a pilgrimage to learn about thermometer. Well, I am. I don't know what everyone else is here for.
It's pronounced the thermometer.
Thermometer?
Yes, of course. Where did you hear thermometer?
It is all right. They are dead now.
I don't.
Clearly heretics.
I don't understand. If the thermometer was dead, I too would fall.
No, not the mom meter. Those who mispronounced the name.
Oh, I hope it was a fitting and deserved death.
Yes. Can we come in?
If you wish to enter, then you must answer my riddles, so that I can determine your worth. Art thou
Sure.
ready?
It just scoots back and lets everyone else forward.
All right. Brace yourselves.
You're the smart one.
Is it just me and Spurgle who can hear these riddles?
I mean, I assume you're probably translating, hopefully.
Yeah, that's probably reasonable.
You might need a pen and paper for this one. It's pretty complicated.
I hold up my ball.
All right. There's a jungle. A snake, a tiger, and a toucan are walking through the jungle when they approach a river. The snake has 3 berries. The tiger has more berries than the toucan. Altogether, they have a number of berries divisible by 2 prime numbers. If the snake and the toucan are left alone, the snake will eat the toucan. If the toucan is left alone with any berries, he'll eat half of them. The tiger is trying a new vegan diet, and as a result has neither the strength nor energy to pursue the toucan, but he will mistake the snake for zucchini if left alone in dim light. There's a raft at the riverbank that's not big enough for all 3 animals, and the sun sets in 20 minutes. How many berries does the snake have?
3.
There's a booming flash of light. There are angelic bells that begin to ring and gong all around you. Rainbows begin to basically just explode in all directions. And the voice booms out, "Incredible work! Truly gifted visitors. This pilgrimage has clearly taught you many things about the wisdom of the earth. Are you prepared for my next riddle?"
Yeah, sure. But wait, hold on a second. I just got a question about this first riddle. Has the tiger been eating his quinoa or tofu? Those are plenty of vegan options that are packed with plenty of protein.
No,
He shouldn't.
the tiger is
Oh,
a
man.
metaphor.
Why was the
What's a
toucan
metaphor?
walking? The toucan. Shouldn't the toucan be flying?
Yes, we're ready for your next riddle.
It was leg day. He's been really neglecting his legs lately.
He does kind of have bird legs. That makes sense.
Wait, I have a riddle for you.
Oh, tell me.
What's a metaphor?
Um,
The answer is, what's the matter for you?
it's
Are you making fun of the way I talk?
It's one bigger than a
Yes.
meta 3.
Hey, got it.
Can I come in now?
Yeah.
All right.
But first,
The
you gotta
lighthouse
open the
just
door for
wants
us.
Oh, Trixie.
You know, it's a push door, and you gotta push it from the inside.
All right.
Let you in too.
My second riddle. Brace yourselves. A fork in the
I'm ready.
road is guided by 2 human guards. One is dressed in black armor and always lies. The other is dressed in white armor, and he's got one of those weird-looking metal things that kind of looks like a miniature trident, but it's got 4 prongs instead of 3, and it's way too small to actually be used effectively for self-defense. So, like, what's up with those? What are those? Is that like a toy or something?
It's a fork.
Yeah, it's a fork in the road. Yes, there's 2 human guards, and one of them has this little metal thing. It's got, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the 4 prong.
Yeah, that's a fork.
No, the road is. No. You're misunderstanding me. There's 2 guards at a fork in the road. One of them has black armor, and the other one has this weird metal thing. What is the like? I've seen these metal things before. Everybody keeps bringing them here, but I don't know what they do, and I'm dying. So like, what is
Yes,
it?
it's a toy. You just play with it.
It's just a toy.
Vasu
That's it.
is visibly frustrated because he hates this bit, but he also doesn't have a fork because he's probably enough of a fucking hippie that he carries around like metal chopsticks to eat with.
Or his hands. What the earth provides, man.
It must.
No, that's a fork.
But-
See, it's called a fork because there were 4 tines.
Oh, the metal thing is called a fork.
Yeah.
Oh, well, oh, so this whole riddle must have been, I'm sorry, I see the confusion now. Okay. Well, congratulations, you've answered my second riddle. Are you ready for the third one?
Wait, hold on. What was the second riddle?
If it's
Wasn't it a metaphor?
because it has 4 prongs, would one with 3 be called a threek?
Yes.
Okay, just check.
And then there's a toque and a wunk. But a wunk is actually just a knife.
Yes, we are ready for your third riddle.
Tell us your third riddle.
When is 8 bigger than 10? Nope. Yeah, that was it.
Wait,
I think that's it.
when is 8 bigger than 10?
Yeah, when is 8 bigger than 10?
When it lays on its side,
No, I don't think that's it.
it becomes an infinity symbol. You twit.
Assuming
you
that
have-
you write each circle of an 8 as big as a 10, then if you consider the 2 of them stacked up on top of each other, it's already bigger
Prove
than
me
10.
wrong.
But wait, what? If you have 8 lions and 10 cats, then the 8 is bigger than the 10.
Oh, these are okay. Hang on. Let me check. You guys wait here just 1 second, okay?
Is there just a door somewhere?
There is at the front of this lighthouse. Yeah,
Can I just go try to open it?
sure. You start to walk up, and you see that the eye looks down at you, and it begins to kind of like glow very brightly and resplendently. Yeah, he's just gonna do it. Hang on. Where the fuck did I put this fucker? Here he is.
Cannot comprehend infinity.
The paladin is getting smote.
I thought maybe when I was trying to figure out infinity, I could just sneak in.
I'm sorry.
This beam of radiant light just bursts down towards you, kind of hits you square in the center of your chest plate. Is a 28 hit?
Ow.
Yes.
Do not
Christ.
enter until we have finished our riddles. I don't know if I can trust you and your ilk. Also, this riddle has
Got it.
been bothering me for about a week now, and I really need the answer. So if you guys can figure it out for me, that would be great. He says that it's not the infinity thing, but that's really clever.
I will take it.
But
We'll
if you don't know the answer, how do you know that the infinity isn't the answer?
Because I checked with the person who told me this riddle last week.
Who told you
Did
this
you
riddle?
ask him about the thing about the 8, being taller than the two zeros?
No, he said that all of
the
these
10?
answers were kind of cool, but none of them were right. It's been driving me crazy. It's all I've been able to think about for 5 days now.
Okay, I have 10 fingers but 8 toes, but my feet are bigger than my hands.
Why do you only have 8 toes?
You can't just go around asking people why they only have 8 toes.
Okay, you know what? He didn't I don't think that infinity thing is what he was expecting, but I really like it, so I'll allow that for now. Let's go to the next riddle, okay?
Can you ask him
That
what
was
the
the last
answer was,
riddle, though.
though?
Yeah, you said 3.
I'm bad at counting. There's actually
12.
probably at least 2 more. Maybe 3.
How do the other Kuatoa get in here?
Well, sometimes they answer riddles, and sometimes they just say a password. Do you know the password?
Is it the one from last week?
I don't know. What is it?
Does the thing
Uh,
the throat sound?
no, that's from last week.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No,
Is it from last
it's
week?
outdated. I'm sorry, that's not right.
Unfortunate.
My fourth riddle. Is there really any difference between a taco and an open-faced burrito?
Excuse you?
No?
I don't think an open face burrito.
Correct answer. My next riddle.
Yeah, taco shells can be made with a hard shell too, and like if it has a hard shell, it's not a burrito.
Oh, can you not make a hard shell burrito?
No, have you ever tried it?
It sounds
Try
kind of
rolling
good.
a hard shell.
Isn't
It does
that
sound
like
good, but you can't do it.
That'd basically
you
be
can-
like a
you can-
large
you could, like-
taquito, right?
Yeah, like you could crush up a hard shell and then like put it in a burrito. Oh, but
Burrito like
a
a
taquito is
chimichanga.
totally different because a burrito is made with a flour tortilla.
isn't a deep fried burrito just a chimichanga?
That's where you get a hard shell.
Oh, now you really got me puzzled. Okay, next riddle. This one's for
I'm
each
making
of you.
myself hungry.
We're gonna go down the line, starting with you. And he points at
How does he point?
with his giant eye beam. He points at Gale.
Laser pointer.
He puts a spotlight directly on Gale, and the entire tower now kind of leans over, like just kind of curving at the side until this eye is looming over you, just staring down. And this booming voice says, "Are you a Kuatoa?"
I've been recently told that I'm Kuatoa adjacent.
Mo, what's up?
Sorry, can I divine sense while he's interrogating Gale? Is this guy actually an angel?
You can. You divine sense, and this thing is a celestial.
Perfect. I just had to know for myself.
A question as well.
Sure.
How far was Moat away from the door when he got blasted by an I-beam?
Let's see. We can. Let me pull over a map real quick.
And the other question is the door open? Is it just like an open archway?
It is a closed wooden door. It's pretty large. But it is, it's just a wooden door.
Those are my questions. You can remove my hand raise now.
Yep.
Okay. While we're distracting and also going down the line, and hopefully this thing isn't focusing on Vasu too much, I'm going to try to open the door with Mage Hand without being noticed. Hopefully.
Possibly. It's got a verbal component.
Schematic?
You could give me a stealth check at disadvantage. While I go pull up this thing, because I made a thing for trying to cast spells sneakily.
Ooh.
Oh, that's probably not going to be it. Let's see. Stealth spell casting. Actually, you might be far enough away to get away with it. Let's see here. You guys pulled up at the bottom left corner of this map. $70 feet. Yeah, you begin to kind of cast the spell and summon your mage hand. And you start to, he doesn't immediately shift focus, and you start to move the hand over to see if you can open the door. The range on mage hand is what, 30 feet?
Hold on, I'm opening up the evolving cantrips page.
Oh, that's right, that evolves. You might have a better range on it.
It goes further.
Yeah.
Now, yeah.
Remember if it's a longer range or like doesn't require the verbal component or something. I know it does some cool shit as we level up. Okay, so at 5th level, I can ignore the verbal component of this spell, so we're already good there.
Ooh.
And then we're level 13, right?
Yep.
Okay, so at 11th level, the spell's range increases to 60 feet. When I cast this spell, I can make the hand appear with any features and adornments I like, as long as it retains the general structure of a hand, yada yada yada. But he's probably, hopefully, not looking over there anyway.
August and Gale.
Yeah,
let's
I
find
can't
out.
make it invisible, but I can cast it without a verbal component from 60 feet away.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yeah, even with disadvantage. As soon as you bring that hand over the door, he does snap his attention over to you right after Gale has finished answering, and he does fire one of these at
Can
you.
he tell that it's me casting it though? Or
Um,
does it just see the hand on the door?
I think with a 13 versus a 17, I think he sees the hand on the door, and then he kind of catches you doing somatic components out of the corner of his eye.
That's fair.
Yeah. So he's gonna flip one of these over to you. 19, I think, misses though.
Yep. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Hasty,
sorry. I just thought you might.
hasty.
I just thought you might want a little fresh air. I wasn't gonna go over there myself or nothing. I mean, how could I? I'm 60 feet away.
All right, you're next. And he leans over and puts the spotlight on you. Are you
Oh, jeez.
a Kuatoa?
Wait, did I cast?
Maybe.
I mean, I'm probably at least a little bit Kuwatawa. I mean, I look like a bird or a tiger or something in between. I mean, my genealogy is a little bit of a clusterfuck, you know?
Explain yourself. In what
I mean,
way?
just look at me.
You don't look like
Wait,
a
I missed that.
Kuatoa. Never mind. Next, and he brings the spotlight onto Nomad. Are you a Kuatoa?
My
I don't look-
useless eyes.
I don't look like a Kuwatawa, but I sure act like one, don't I?
He covers them, and he's like, "Well, my brother is double Kuatoa adjacent, and that means I'm related to him, right?" So, making me at least 1/4 Kuatoa.
All right. At this point, the lighthouse kind of stands back up straight, and he looks
The
down at all of
lighthouse
you.
was the lighthouse like
Was
actually
looming.
physically bending over?
It was bending over physically, like curving to
Oh.
like lean over you guys, all imposing as he questioned you.
That's more
Like that
terrifying than I
episode of
was
SpongeBob
picturing.
where Squidward's house leans over. It's like
Yeah.
that.
At this point, it kind of goes back to straight up, and it continues to look down from this eye at the top. Enough with this line of questioning. I think you've completed all but my final riddle. Count to 200. Slowly,
Out loud.
slowly, and out loud. Turn your backs around too.
All right. I'm going to summon my.
1, 2, skip a few, 199, 100. 200, I mean. and
It
then I
was
turned around.
200, you fool.
Yeah, I counted to that too. Didn't you hear me? I skipped a few.
As you kind of peek, or as you like turn around, and presumably as Nomad prepares to do whatever he was about to do.
Yeah.
What were you gonna do, Nomad?
Yeah, it's gonna summon his like mind.
Good call.
thing,
Excellent.
And he's going to make it peek over his shoulder and watch what's going on.
All right. As you
It's
guys,
not my eyes.
as you begin counting, and as Vasu does his cheaty count, peeking over your shoulder, and as Vasu turns around, you do see that the eye at the top of this tower is beginning to amass energy, and you can hear like this charging noise. You can see like rays of power starting to collect at the center of his iris, which is now pointed directly at all of you.
Do I get the sense that it's gonna fire an energy blast?
Oh,
Or is it
yeah.
going to open a portal?
Nope.
Okay.
Definitely looks a lot like when he
Yeah.
shot those lasers at Moat and Vasu.
No, but just like calmly to everyone, please take cover. And then he just saunters over here.
All right.
Like, and I have the same idea.
You fools, I was merely delaying for time while I charged my energy. And this is going to be initiative. You've fallen for my ruse.
Hardly, but okay.
Yeah, of course you have.
So I don't know who my dad is, so I think you're making a rash judgment call here. It could be my dad, could be a Kuatoa, I don't know. And if it's anything like Pokemon, the mom species determines the child species. So.
Absolutely.
What the fuck does that now? What am I then? How do I make any sense?
You don't. You're a freak of nature, also. It's okay.
Oh. All right.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
No, I mean you're probably like not wrong. It's just like usually when people talk about that sort of thing about me specifically, they word it a little nicer. Like they say I'm special or something, or like a miracle, or like. I mean, nobody's ever actually called me a miracle. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound too egotistical there.
You're a miracle of science. We don't know why you exist or how.
But
why.
this is one of the few times that I've been called a freak of nature and not gone home and cried about it. So thanks, I guess.
I just want to be honest with you because we're friends. I like you anyway.
I appreciate it. You could probably just call me like statistically improbable though, or something next time. Like if you feel like sparing my feelings.
The thesaurus for you.
All right, Vasu. You're the first to react as you see him beginning to gather energy for an I-beam.
Well, I already committed to those Eldritch Blasts. I don't know if any of them hit. It's a 10, an 11, and a 21.
So all three of them smack in up where the top of the lighthouse is kind of covered with glass and iron wrought beams. And all of them hit, but they just kind of splash off, like they haven't penetrated and done any meaningful damage.
Okay, I don't know if the push effect comes in there then.
Is that repeatable or is it a once per turn thing?
It's repeatable.
You know what? I'll say all three of them are enough to at least make it do some sort of a check. What's your spell save DC? Or just your save DC? I guess it would be a spell save DC now.
Yeah. Well, it
My
is
Warlock
just an automatic
DC. Okay, my Warlock DC is only 13, but I also don't know if that one requires a save.
Got it.
You're
It doesn't.
Warlock, right?
So it doesn't normally, but what I'll say is, as all three of these smack in back to back, they start to kind of push back. So he begins to kind of like tilt the wrong way a little bit, and he starts leaning perilously. But then he's able to catch himself and right himself back up without falling over.
But does that mean when he comes back, he's moving so fast that my Eldritch Blast go through the glass and hit his eye and he dies?
Quite possibly. But we'll do this in initiative order real quick.
Also, it's still my turn, and I was like, only it's only my action. Come on, guys.
Sure. What else you got?
I'm going to dash like 60 feet up, and then hopefully with the other 60 feet of flight dash I have from my cloak, be able to maneuver myself around him, hopefully, like to the behind.
Yeah.
Or like maybe even to the side here, by this rock, maybe.
Yeah, like 120 feet would get you all the way around to the backside if you wanted. So it's kind of up to you where you want to be.
Cool. Yeah, we'll go for that.
Excellent. All right, that brings us over to Nordo.
Excuse.
Oh, I'm sorry. You still have a bonus action.
I still have a bonus action, and I'm gonna use it.
You can dash. Just as
Yeah, I have. That was with my cloak, my like 120 feet air dash thing.
Yeah, that's just as a movement.
My super awesome cloak. Yeah, it uses all of my movement.
Gotcha.
Separate 60-foot dashes with it. Sorry, I renamed all of my stuff, so I had to figure out which one it was. The water whip.
Did you get that as a bonus action?
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
They changed that in an errata to make it the action. But he's using a homebrew.
Yeah,
which is
with his
kind of
homebrew one.
based-
All right.
But
Yeah, it's a bonus action.
He fails. Let's see.
So I'm doing a teeny tiny little bit of damage, and also just like twanging him around all over the place. Like once I learned that this lighthouse was like flexible, I'm just like batting it around like one of those like coiled door stops, and I'm an
Yes.
angry dog.
Perfect. All right, he does take 5 points of damage.
I also knock the lighthouse prone?
Oh boy. Let me double check.
I feel like it's gotta be immune to prone, but
Uh,
If not,
No.
you knock it over and it's dead.
If it has a basement, it's probably immune to being prone.
it is immune to prone. I would consider some like bizarre scenarios where it could topple, but like by normal means, it is immune to prone. You get like a siege weapon involved, is maybe a different story.
Just throw Nordo at it.
I was about to say, speaking of a siege weapon,
Yeah, shit. All right, that does I think bring us to Nordau.
so I went to AFK and we were doing riddles, and I came back and we were in initiative. What exactly happened?
He basically,
Charging it laser.
as one of his riddles, after asking everybody if they were Kurotoa or not, he's like, for my final riddle, turn around, close your eyes, and count to 200. And Nomad and Vasu peeked and realized he was charging a laser, and that's where we're at.
But also,
That
even if
big-
I can't knock it prone, is the forced movement enough to like twang it around a little bit more and
It does.
hopefully
It starts
misdirect
to-
that laser attack?
It seems to be at least like messing with him a little bit. We'll see what becomes
Bobbling him.
of the laser attack.
Would I have had time before we got into initiative to summon my axe as a bonus action, or do I need to do that now?
No, you can do it now. They got like their cards out and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I use my bonus action to summon my axe. I will rush up towards it. Based on what I just saw Vasu and Flick do I get the sense that like attacking the lighthouse itself is harming this guy? Is it part of this guy?
So you saw Vasu use this weird magical whip, and it caused a tiny, tiny little fracture right around the base of the foundation. Not a significant amount of damage. You also saw his Eldritch Blast kind of just smack directly into the glass, which is presumably probably the weakest part of the structure, and 21 did not get through its AC, so it looks pretty resilient. It looks like attacking the side of a magical building. So it's hard to say. Nobody's really gotten through and done significant damage to this thing yet.
Okay, cool. So that's my movement and my bonus action. For my action, I will really wish that I could attack as part of also moving. I will use my action to dodge. I will run out and get my axe out, and realizing that even at my full sprint I'm not going to make it past his rapidly glowing eye, I will just position myself to dodge out of the way of his attack.
Alright, sounds good. That brings him to him. The first thing that he does is he's going to see you rushing up towards the door, and the eye immediately snaps down towards you and begins to fire twice at you. Both at disadvantage because you're dodging. Oh god, 25 and 19 on Nordo?
25 will hit.
Alright, there is a much weaker laser than the one he was trying to charge up, but it does slam in for 25 points of radiant damage, trying to cut you off before you can get to the door.
More like 1 point of radiant damage.
God damn it.
Ooh, terrific.
The next thing that it does is there is a rumbling of earth as this thing continues to kind of rock back and forth from where
Wait,
Vasu is shaking.
actually, hold on a second. I don't know if I'm like over here.
Yeah, you're-
Oh.
oh, yeah,
Yeah.
too far away.
Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Okay, thanks for nothing.
I tried, but you move too slow. It's like the tortoise and the griffin, you know,
That classic tale.
the classic parable of the tortoise and the griffin was like flying all over the place, and the tortoise was like, I'm just gonna take my sweet time and find some coconuts and some beetles.
After the back-to-back blast, you hear the sound of stone rumbling and the earth shaking as the whole lighthouse begins to lift itself up onto these three stubby little appendages that are kind of just like the legs of a stool, and one of them swings out and tries to stomp Vasu.
Oh, I hate
Then
that.
fall prone.
22?
A 22 hits, but Since I wasn't able to use that reaction to block the damage on Nordo, I'm going to use it to block the damage on myself.
Excellent.
Oh wait, no shit, I can't because it's not a projectile. Never mind.
Yep. So there's just foundational brick straight to the chest, and I need a strength saving throw. Yeah, you are knocked
no.
prone. And then it starts to hobble away from Nordo.
Okay, so we're fighting this mimic right now.
And that is blur. Oh wait, hang on. Let me double check a thing. Okay, yes, that is it for him. Ace is up.
All right, so I was AFK for a bit, so I have some questions. What?
It's exactly what you see. We're fighting a lighthouse.
So we came to the island, and the last time I was actually here was before we even got on a boat. So I have no idea. I just know there's a riddle. Is there a guy inside this tower? Or does this tower appear after the guy said to turn around?
The tower.
What?
It's a lighthouse.
Literally the tower.
There's a glowing
Okay.
eye at the top of the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is moving around on these stubby little stone foundation legs, and it is shooting eye lasers at all of you, especially
And
Why
it
Nordo.
just kicked me, and
Wait.
it really hurt
Why are we fighting it?
Because it tried
The
to murder.
entrance.
because it's trying to run away.
But is it like important that is it like important for what we're doing? Or is it just like,
the land?
oh, okay, so we got to stop this thing so we can go to the place that we're trying to go to?
As far as we know, at least.
This is the way to the hostages, if that's what you guys are into.
Okay. Can I see its eye from where I'm at?
Absolutely, it's big and bright and obvious at the top center of the lighthouse.
All right, so it's not like a wizard or anything. Like it's just this tower.
It appears to just be a glowing ball of energy that is vaguely the shape of an eyeball.
What is my true sight see?
With
Anything
your-
abnormal?
True sight of 120.
It was closer.
It was closer for a while. You would still.
Also,
you would see
because I
that.
have detect magic up all the time, do I like detect any particular magic on any specific part of this?
yeah,
thing?
there's a
Or do I
lot-
just see the whole lighthouse?
There's a lot of, well, it's a 30-foot range. For the lighthouse itself, there's just a very faint aura of enchantment, or maybe transmutation, probably a little bit of each. Ace, with your true sight, nothing appears to be like disguised or under an illusion or anything like that. It is what it appears to be.
All right. I aim and shoot him.
This might be the use of an
in
enemy
the eye.
stand, and its user might be inside the lighthouse. The lighthouse itself.
Shoot him in the eye.
Doing something.
Does it hit?
29 flies out towards the eye. It does find one of the glass panes, and you can almost hear the shattering of like a magical film over the entire thing that makes this building even stronger than a normal building would be. The arrow does pierce through, and you see that the eye suddenly like starts to squint and blink a little bit as you do
Perfect.
28 points of damage to it.
And then a sphere of darkness appears around the eye,
Ace, stop it. Okay. Excellent.
followed by 2 more arrows.
Son of a bitch.
Wait, is he relying on sight to see me with that eye?
You do not have advantage for reasons. He seems to still be aware of your position and can see you. And unfortunately, as he reels back, the building just starts swaying wildly, almost like he's trying to catch his balance. The other 2 arrows both kind of hit, but at awkward angles and are just glanced off. They don't penetrate the wall.
That's my turn.
All right. At the end of your turn, Legendary.
Hobble more.
He is going to hobble more. He's going to hobble this way.
Into a wall and trip and fall.
Just kind of over next to these
Think.
rocks. And that's his legendary.
Does Vasu get like an attack of opportunity against that?
I think he used his reaction to shield himself, maybe?
Aw.
No, I couldn't because it was a melee attack,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I can
that's
only
right.
shield projectile attacks.
Uh,
If I kick him,
You're prone.
Yeah, 16, unfortunately. Which is a damn shame, because a 28 would have gotten through. So this thing hobbles over here, but that's all it does. Brings us to Nomad.
So Nomad's going to spend 2 mana to give himself a flight of 30 feet. That's an action.
Alright.
And he's going to start moving closer. Like this way. And then he's going to spend a bonus action to cast Sanctuary on himself. And that's his turn.
Excellent. Can you do Flying Sanctuary at the same time? Or, like, not because of concentration, but because they're 2 spells.
It's not the fly spell.
Oh, right. Okay,
The
perfect.
fly spell is 60 feet. This is 30 feet of movement.
Excellent.
It's that thing you gave me.
Right. With his last legendary, as he sees Nomad approaching, he is going to fire just a tiny little baby beam down at you.
Wisdom save.
Oh, right. Son of a bitch. Fucking Sanctuary. God damn it.
Really good at it. This
He's
fucking
not.
angel. Yeah,
He's
no.
not very good at it.
Yeah,
Then
don't.
he has to redirect that. He'll redirect it over to Nordo, so it has disadvantage, but I think 27 still hits.
Certainly.
Poor Nordo takes another 21 points. And you do see that as this little beam kind of sinks into the center of your chest, all of the light begins to pool and then suddenly burst out and form this tiny little mote of energy that hovers right next to you. Here.
That sounds awful.
And that brings us to Gale.
We need him to start raging.
Can't rage when I use my bonus action to get my weapon out.
Maybe you should stop burying it.
But it's so cool.
It's very cool, but just carry it with you. Have you considered that?
It is very cool. I didn't realize it had shit wisdom saving throws.
Can I shoot it in its actually?
That being said, there's darkness around its eye. Does the legendary eye nibble go through it?
It does go through. A beam kind of pours out through the darkness.
All right, let's get weird. I need I need the tower to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no, what the fuck is this?
Oh,
Oh, it's very good at.
yeah, I kind of was expecting it to be pretty good. Wasn't expecting it to have a plus 19.
It's crazy.
But that's
a building.
that's fine.
It's not very wise, Nomad say.
Shocking. I know.
I just expected a bit more from an angel.
Toad's gonna run up here and yeah, that's gonna be it.
Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to remember if I have Devil Sight on this character. I think I do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do. I think you do.
Okay, cool. So is it feasible that I can aim through the hole that Ace made?
Certainly. You know, your odds of hitting it are about as good as the normal AC chance, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'll aim so I have advantage instead.
Hell yeah.
And then pew pew pew. Well,
The 14, even with the aim, unfortunately just smacks at a bad angle, and you see the light kind of just get snuffed out as it enters the sphere of darkness. However, the 24 enters this darkness And then you hear this kind of just burst of magical energy. The 24 and the 22 both seem to hit now.
Cool. Okay. That's it, because I can't move because I aimed.
All right, that brings us to Caspian. Caspian's like, what do I? It's a building. What do I do?
Attack its weak points.
Break one of its legs, it will fall over.
All right. He's going to use his cunning action to dash. He cannot get close enough to do anything at melee range. He's 5 feet short. God damn it. He'll ready an attack for if it gets in range, I guess. Yeah, he'll ready an attack for if it gets in range. Or actually, what he can do is he can come over and kill this thing. He'll do that.
Good. Where's Elise?
She's here.
Here she is.
Yeah, he starts running over towards the lighthouse and just kind of along the way, jams his blade into this thing and it bursts.
Well,
that brings us to
some big boy damage there.
Elise. She's gonna backstash because Norda looks hurt.
How has Smote consistently rolled a 1?
It's so frequent.
Yeah, it's so frequent on initiative. Don't understand the algorithm.
It
Balance
is
out ace.
it is just normal initiative except with bonuses or with like sub 1 decimals for tiebreakers. That made it sound even more confusing than it is. Don't worry about it. It's just initiative. Nordo gets 35 HP.
Perfect.
And she actually needs some mana back because you guys got a short rest that I forgot about. And that'll bring us to Moat.
Okay. Boy.
Damn, you're almost out of
Okay.
full already.
I will use my movement to rush up here beside Gale. And then I will point a finger out at this lighthouse. And I will cast a spell at it, and it needs a wisdom saving throw.
No! Stop it right now.
It's not that bad, don't worry.
Okay. 14? I think that still fails.
14 does still fail. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me cast it to make sure. Yeah. Okay, so I will point at it, and I command it to open. I just want to get that front door open so I can get the fuck inside of it.
Get inside.
Excellent. Alright. Okay, it does so it does that on its next turn, right? See, or follow the command on its
Yes,
next
it
turn.
spends it.
Excellent. Alright. That brings us to the top. Oh, Grovel would have been great, too. Alright, anything else? I think that was it. So,
That should be it.
Crushes everyone in front of it from the
Right.
after the command sinks in, and as you see this eye beginning to strain, well, actually you don't because it's in a sphere of darkness. Actually, you would. So you see the sphere of darkness, but then you guys all hear this building energy that has been accumulating as it begins to charge up. And you watch as suddenly 6 golden wings burst out around the eye at the top of the tower. You can't see the eye itself anymore, but these wings kind of unfold and burst free from the sphere of darkness. And you can hear this just ever-burning hum like the world's largest bug zapper. As there is just crackling energy at the top of this lighthouse that has just become active. From behind, Splurglurg is going to hide for his fucking life behind this rock. Oh no, the light's coming! The light is coming! And that'll bring us to the top of a new round. Vasu, first act.
Oh no, it opens on its turn and it's going last!
Oh, jeez. I spend half of my movement to get unprone first, I guess.
Yep.
Which means I still have half of 75 feet of flight. but I'm probably not even gonna move. I'm just gonna...
Oh, stop it right now. Sure enough, it does. So it has disadvantage if it's an object, a brittle object, right?
Yep.
So that'll cancel out the magic resistance, making this a 25, which still saves, but he does take the 8. And you watch as cracks begin to form in sort of the rubble of the concrete, leading all the way up to kind of its neck, where it meets the metal framework and the glass leading up to the actual beacon.
For clarification, sorry, when I did Divine Sense earlier, the entire lighthouse rang up as an angel, right? Not just the light source?
It did. The range on Divine Sense is 30 feet, right?
60.
60 feet?
Yes.
I mean, this...
So the light would have been out of range anyway, probably.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the entire lighthouse has an aura of a celestial in it. It's hard to tell from that range, like, if it's focused anywhere in particular, but yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Alright, anything else, Masu?
Nah, that'll be it.
Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Okay. Cunning action dash to get there, then hold an attack because I need sneak attack and no one else is near it.
Perfect. That brings us to Ace.
You're a swashbuckler. You don't need anyone else near you.
Oh yeah, in a one-on-one, you have sneak.
Alright, the thing I should know.
Yeah, it's your whole class.
What you've been training for your entire life.
It's the only rogue that actually feels like a rogue, who goes off on his own and picks off weak, vulnerable targets in a one-on-one situation.
Right, here we go.
You know, rogues, that one class that's known for lone wolfing. Woo! You slam a dagger kind of straight into the middle of the door here. And you can feel the tip go in just like a tiny little bit. But it doesn't really make enough of an impact to severely damage the door or the tower. In other words, you just think the surface is too hard. It missed. AC too high.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I'm so sorry. That brings us to Ace.
So you said that inside my orb of darkness is a fluttering eyeball with wings?
So yeah, and so bursting out of that orb of darkness are these 6 enormous golden light wings that have just kind of unfurled themselves, 3 on each side of this thing. It's very clear.
So on.
It is taking.
So the orb of darkness is like 15-foot radius?
Yep.
So the wings are like outside of this?
Oh yeah, they're big. They're real big.
Okay, how big is the eye?
The eye itself fit inside the tower. It was probably no bigger than maybe like 10-foot diameter or so. These wings are huge, probably like 45, 50 feet long each.
How upset does the eye look?
It is in a sphere of darkness.
I can see through it with my true sight.
Damn it. It looks angry and frantic and empowered. The iris has grown very wide, and you can see that it is just crackling with energy right now.
Hold on, I accidentally pushed the back button when I right-clicked somehow, so I have to wait for the page to refresh. I turned to the Kuoto real quick. What do you mean, the light thing? He made a comment earlier, right? About like
the light'll consume us. We've pissed it off. We're all gonna be sponges in the morning.
Okie dokie. I guess I will go up against this wall, hide, and then try to get a sneak attack off on him.
Sure thing. Yep.
Remaining behind cover.
Yep. Cunning action hide. You can pop out and get an attack with advantage.
I'm assuming it's not nighttime, is it?
It's not.
I'm assuming I don't have it then, but we'll see. That's with a plus 14.
Yeah.
You do have advantage. You're hidden from it. It loses track of you just long enough to pop around and get advantage.
I'm assuming it's not a humanoid or an aberration.
Sure isn't.
Since
Celestial.
we...
Oh, damn it, Flick. Or Ace. Yeah, 25, you find that same sweet spot that you've done before, and you notice this time his reactions seem slower, almost like the entire thing has become more sluggish for some reason. And both of those 25s do land for a grand total of 32 points of damage.
Alright, and I'm just going to duck behind this wall for cover. I'm assuming this gives me enough cover, since I'm small and this is like a mountain.
It gives you a lot of cover. It basically gives you full cover, yeah.
Basically, or it does?
It does. It gives you full cover.
Okay. Also, I yell out, guys, he's doing the spooky thing. Maybe get cover? Or don't be bunched up in one group?
That's my plan all along.
Alright. Caspian is going to come up and try to work with Flick to get this door. He'll bring the crescent hook down on the doorknob and just kind of go straight for that. Missing terribly. 2 birds of a feather. So it hits, it just doesn't get through. It's like clearly it's a magical object, and they're just very resilient. So there's the clang of metal on metal, but he's just not able to get a good angle on it to do enough damage to penetrate.
You use thieves' tools. It's a door.
I can try that.
Use
Yeah.
command.
Yeah. It just sounded like we had some magic on the way, so I thought I'd use the knife. All right, he'll hang out. Actually, he heard the idea to spread, so he'll try to spread a little bit. And that brings us to Gale.
Okay. I'm gonna. Is there any particular place that these legs are?
Yeah, we'll say that there is one directly at the top middle, and then it forms kind of a perfect triangle. So one there, and one basically right next to Caspian.
Oh, a triangle. Well, that's unfortunate for him.
I'm glad you and I are thinking the same thing.
Uh-huh. Oh no.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot him in the leg.
Alright. You run over and you see these big cement bricks. They look like foundation bricks. That have just turned into a stump.
Alright, so I have a technical question.
Alright.
So, you're not allowed to do a shove action with a ranged weapon.
Correct.
But I'm a gunner. So if I'm within 5 feet, can I just shoot them to do a shove?
I'll kind of, yeah, I'll set a precedent that the gunner feat would allow you to, like, use your ranged weapon to do, like, kind of a wing clip or whatever. With that said, I think there is a size limit on how high you can swing over your own size class for grappling and shoving, but let me check.
It's one size bigger. I've tried it with mine.
Yeah, the target must be no more than one size larger than you, and must be within your reach. So unfortunately, even with all of your might, unless you have some way to make yourself very big, or this thing very small, and I'm not putting it past you because I know who I'm talking to right now.
I already tried earlier.
Oh, is that what that was going to be? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Then, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna shoot him in the leg.
Hack tactics!
Woo! Hell yeah. 31, you find some spot right in the kind of middle of where several bricks are attached. And you just back-to-back fire some shots at all of those weak points, and bricks start flying out from under this thing. 23 points of damage.
It's mandatory that I smite on that.
Hell yes. So 23 plus some smite on the first one. Another 13 on top of that, and as it is reeling and buckling, 27 is another good shot, and you are able to get some more mortar blown off with a second attack for 16. Alright.
And then Toto is gonna come and do one of his nerfed attacks. Because Wizards hates Toto.
He's also, I forget, does he have Pack Tactics now?
He does.
Hell yeah, then 28 is good for another 13 points. You guys just start going to town on this one leg. And you can see that it's starting to kind of buckle a bit. There's dust and ground up mortar that kind of flies out in all directions.
Awesome. Yeah, that's gonna be it for us.
Alright, that brings us to Norda.
Outstanding. Nordo is going to draw his axe once again and rush up to this other leg over by Caspian. Does this here put me right next to a leg?
It does, right next to a leg.
Outstanding. I would like to attack it recklessly with my axe. I'm also a siege weapon.
You are, and I hate that, and it does matter. God damn it, Nordo. You come over and basically, capitalizing on the first leg buckling, catch the second one as it kind of swings exposed for a moment for 30 points of magical slashing damage.
What is it, double all? Oh yeah, it's vulnerable. That's how this works. Whew. Jeez, I forgot how being a siege weapon works. Neat.
I didn't expect this to be a thing at any point, and I kind of just forgot about it.
And I assume it's going to do just fine. But if it can fail a DC 17 strength save, it needs to make one.
Yeah, I think it can. Nope, it can't.
Okay, cool. No need to do it then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Second attack.
God damn it, another 28 points. With that, actually, between you, Toto, and Gale, the legs...
I'm on a different leg. If that matters.
It does. It does. It's actually very important. Between the two of you, as you have damaged two of its legs, there's this horrible buckling sound. Just this huge plume of ground-up concrete suddenly flies out from both of the damaged legs. The whole tower just tilts awkwardly and rapidly to one side, and the rim of it, the door of it, slams down into the earth. It doesn't tip all the way over. Flick is fine. Flick and Moat aren't dead, but you can see that it looks like its ability to move has been severely hampered.
Okay, cool. With that being the case, I'll look over at Gale, give him a nod. I will use 10 more feet of movement to get here. I will use a bonus action for a flurry of blows and try to break my way through the door.
Uh, 21, unfortunately, is not enough to get through the magical force that is protecting the building.
I am going to expend a superiority die. Where'd it go? Here it is. I just changed it this long rest. Oh, only have one.
Thank God. Still not enough.
Okay, second attack from the flurry.
That one, however, does get through for 16 points of bludgeoning.
Cool. Is that enough to...
You see that this giant crack forms about halfway up the door, right where the knob is. It is not enough to completely destroy the door off the hinges, but it is definitely damaging the door to the point that a little more might cause it to be penetrable.
Okay. Ooh, boy. I don't want to blow my whole load right now, but I kind of do. It's going to open its door in a second anyway. I will...
I was going to say, it's purely meta, but I'm going to rule that because Moat is about to get his next turn, I'm going to apply the command when it gets to the start of Moat's turn.
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
Cool.
That's kind of a weird
That's-
oddity of the new initiative system.
That's my action and my bonus action and my movement. I think that's going to be it for my turn.
All right. When it gets back to the top of Moat's turn, since it hasn't come around to it because we're using the weird initiative system, you do see that the front door of this thing flies open. And you can see inside there are just some old furniture, some of which is kind of toppled over in the I'm not going to say kerfuffle, I'm not going to do it. And you can see that there is a
You just did.
spiraling wooden staircase that leads up to where this giant gleaming magical eye would be visible, but is encased in a sphere of darkness currently.
Did you say a wooden staircase?
It is a wooden staircase.
5 feet of movement to step inside. I will reach a hand up to the wooden staircase and I will cast Ignite.
Son of a bitch. All right. A fire immediately erupts, eating through the varnish and the cover that once protected this wood and is quickly consumed as a fire. Do I have a fire token? Hang on. I really should just have a fire token. I do, thank God. Okay, so notably, the bottom of the stairs is over here. The stairs right here are about 30 feet up. So unless you have a way to reach 30 feet up, it'd be hard to get there, but you could get over here.
Can I use my movement to get where I am now? Can I use my bonus action to Misty Step to the stairs right where I'm standing?
Sure can.
Okay, and then I will start a fire there.
Excellent.
And try to outrun it.
Just start a fire directly under my own feet.
It's gonna be fine.
On that note, I have to go to work. Oh, see y'all later.
Good luck.
Good luck.
See ya.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Anything else, Moat?
That should be it.
All right. I will have the fire tick at the start of its turn. Next is going to be Nomad.
So Nomad's gonna just fly right into the door. Immediately catch fire, die. No. I don't know where the fire is. He's gonna take a dash action
Perfect.
and fly like straight upward.
All right. So it
towards
is
the eye.
90 feet, about 9 stories to get to the very top where the eye is. So you're about a third of the way up. The staircase is basically a perfect 45-degree angle. It's a very, very steep and difficult staircase, but it is a staircase.
It's okay, he's hovering.
Yep.
He's a third of the way up currently.
All right. Anything else?
No, I don't have anything else. I've got my mind thing floating around nearby, but that's about it. I think it's a bonus action to move that or something.
Yep, something like that. All right. Elise. Oh boy, she sees Ace stopping for cover, but everybody else is going for the door. Is she fast? She can basically get to the door with her movement. Nobody needs healing. She already tabaxi dashed to heal Norda last turn, but she will regular dash to get inside and get heading over towards the stairs. And that'll bring us to the beacon itself. Okay, first of all, it's got 2 of these. It's going to fire one at... Oh boy, it's got to be Nordo. And then the other one at Gale, because you guys took its legs out. So first one at Nordo. I think that hits, but I'll check his sheet in a second. And then the second one at Gale.
He's raging, right?
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah.
32 for 29 on Gale.
I think he was also recklessing, so that's advantage.
I think it hits him either way, but let me check.
Yeah,
he's only AC 20. So 29 radiant. It's only like totem barbarians that get resistance to everything, right? Like he's not resistant.
Bear barbarian, isn't he?
Is he?
Specifically bear barbarian.
Yeah, the totem of the bear specifically, and I think that's what he is. His only vulnerability so far is psychic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Totem of the Bear, right? I mean, that makes sense thematically.
That does make a lot of sense thematically. I think you're right. Alright, so resistant, that means he takes 14 points of radiant. So these two beams fire down at Gale and Nordo. Retribution for destroying the legs. It's going to try to do a stomp, but this is a disadvantage because it can barely move on Caspian. Oh, lucky as fuck, Caspian.
Caspian. Oh no.
But then you watch as all of the wings curl for a moment and then burst out, straightening in all angles, and a giant sweep light of searing radiant energy begins to spin in a circle around itself, starting 3 south. Convenient.
No.
What? Did Caspian just get crushed?
No, he would have, but it was a disadvantage because Gale and Nordo broke the legs. Wow. This worked out well
Didn't
for
you say
it.
this thing only had 3 legs?
It does.
And they broke 2 of them?
2 of them are heavily damaged, yep.
And can
How can it stop?
still?
How can it stop then? It can't
Poorly.
hold itself up.
Very poorly. That's why it has disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
That's hopping, Feck.
I feel like a disadvantage if it rolls a nat 1 with only 1 functioning leg, it should probably like fall prone or something. Just saying.
Hopping around like a pogo stick, guys. It's fine.
I mean, like imagine yourself with 3 legs and 2 of them are broken, and then you try to stomp with the 3rd one. Like you'd just fall over.
That would be pretty shitty. But speaking of things that are pretty shitty, Ace and Spillerlorg are behind full cover. You are safe. But I need Caspian, Nordo, Flick, Gale, and Toto to give me dexterity saving throws as the spotlight suddenly shoots down and projects a cone of this searing radiant energy in that direction. 64
Can I chase
points
the
on
rabbit?
fail.
I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
Good
Can I
call.
chase the rabbit though, just for funsies?
You can chase the rabbit if you feel like it.
Yeah.
I'll
No
give-
damage.
Gale, you can have my. Oh, okay, you already used it. Never mind.
That was for Toto.
Oh, then Gale, you can take my inspiration.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm gonna just flash of genius, so I'll succeed.
Okay,
Yay.
perfect.
Caspian.
Ain't beat,
Does
right?
anyone take damage from this, or who's all getting hit by this actually?
I think Flick evades for 0, right? Or do you have
No.
evasion yet?
I don't have evasion. I'm only rogue 3.
Gotcha. Caspian fails, but does have evasion, so he'll take half for 32.
Flick fails though.
Flick did fail, yep.
Wait, if you meet it, you fail.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, you succeeded. I forgot you used inspiration. So Flick is good. You only take half for 32 as well. Gale flashes to succeed, so half for Gale. Toto succeeds, half for Toto. Yeah, I think everybody takes half, it looks like.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
that
I'll
makes-
save my reaction then.
And then you see that this beacon begins to spin clockwise, and will continue to rotate for a little while. But that brings us to the top of the turn. Where
Man.
Vasu is the first to act.
I'm just on top of it this session, I guess. I forget, is the door downstairs open at this point?
It has been opened. Yep, Moat commanded it open, so it is open.
Right. I'm going to use one of my dashes to fly down to where I can see into the store, and then I'm going to start flying up the stairs and see if I can see anybody inside, or if this is just an autonomous lighthouse.
All right. Once you get in through the front door, looking up, you can see that there's a sphere of darkness engulfing where the eye would presumably be. And you do see that there are just these golden wings emanating from the orb of darkness. You imagine that the
Okay.
eye is probably somewhere in that sphere of darkness.
Damn it, Ace!
Can I hear him say, "Damn it, Ace"?
You've got pretty good perception, and he's very loud. Why not?
I'll just drop it then. I assume whenever someone gets close to my orb of darkness, I'll just drop it.
That's fair. As the spear drops, you do see that the eye is now engulfed in these white hot flames and has these 6 wings kind of piercing out in all directions from it. And it is
I love
kind of
you, Ace.
in the middle of this radiant sweep around the lighthouse.
Okay. I'm going to use my other 60-foot dash to fly up these stairs, hopefully to a point where I can get within at least 15 feet of this orb.
So it is a 90-foot tall. 60 feet would get you 30 feet away from the eye. It'd actually be a little farther because diagonals and stuff, but we'll call it 30 just to make it even. Technically, you're probably like 35 or 36 feet away.
That's fine. I can't punch it from here, but... we will... Sorry, I renamed like all of my cantrips and stuff to be like fitting the Vasu thematic, and it's confusing me now. One of these. Or 3 of those, actually.
Alright, let's see. As you look up to this eye, having a clear shot to it and seeing it fully exposed, the 10 and the 13 both go... Oh, actually, shit. Yeah, 10, 13, and 8 all miss. I'm so sorry. What are those rolls?
Can I have Shu fly up to one of those to give me advantage?
Sure. Normally I'd require it, but those are 3 very shitty rolls.
Those were 3 very shitty rolls. This is what I get for taking Warlock class levels with like 13 charisma.
Right. Alright, so go ahead and roll one of those at advantage. Oh, it's worth it! Alright, Shu flights out and enters the field of battle, offering help on that final hit, which becomes a crit thanks to your
Hey, you dumbass! Shoot over here!
Yep.
That's what Shu sounds like when he's giving me advantage.
Excellent. For a grand total of 10 force damage, which doubles to 20. He seems very weak in his eye form.
It doubles to 20. He will take 5 cold damage as well from my genie thing. And he's pushed 10 feet away. Whatever that does to this eyeball in the lighthouse.
Yeah, you do see that it kind of like, he seems to have some sort of magical tethering to this crystal at the center of the lighthouse. Right up at the very top. But it does push him away from it momentarily. It just looks like he's probably going to rubber band snapbacks. Alright, anything else?
Sorry, I'm into the kitchen. No, that's all I can do.
Alright, brings us to Flick.
Okay. Go inside the pipe there. Get part way up the stairs and then... Can I see anything from here?
Yeah, from there, you got about, so almost a perfect 30 degrees up and 30 degrees to your east. You do see that this eye is sitting there, exposed, about whatever the Pythagorean is. I'll check it.
It's more than 100, less than 120 feet, so...
Definitely. Yeah, it's 42 feet. Woo! All 3 of those sink in. All of them are vulnerable. So, oh boy. 12, 20 doubles to 40. 12 doubles to 24, and 8 doubles to 16.
Man, the compass got max damage 3
it
times.
Sure did.
Wish it could use all 3.
If only. You can now see that one of these wings has started to crumple in on itself, like when an insect dies and its leg curls in. This thing appears to be in a lot of pain. There are cracks starting to form all the way down the concrete, kind of starting at the neck of this building towards the ground.
Grab the neck?
You know, right where the metal bit starts. Anyway.
How much of a lighthouse is its neck?
I'd say like the top 20% or so. No, probably less than that. Top 10%.
Is it just the part with the glass on it? That's
yeah,
what I would call it.
It's the part with the glass. Yeah, it's the cuff where the glass part starts.
I'd
My
imagine
voice is
if
getting
it was
really
a
bad.
lighthouse, it's like mostly neck, like a giraffe.
Okay,
But
fair.
you're bendy.
Okay.
Anything else?
Sorry.
I'm probably gonna be more quiet though, because this is getting real bad.
That's fair. Good luck. I hope you feel better.
Thanks.
Nomad.
Yeah. He is going to float 30 feet higher. So it's like 2/3 of the way?
Yeah, that would get you about 30 feet away from this thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna...
You're right on par with Nomad, or with Vasu and Flick currently.
Excellent. And he's gonna... Let's think about this. How much mana do I want to spend here? Let's say... I want to spend 1.
Oh, no! But it's not good at wisdom saving throws.
I know, so I'm just like grovel. Or like halt.
Oh boy, what does the halt
Yeah.
command tell it to do?
It's just, it doesn't move and takes no actions.
It's gonna burn a legendary on that.
Oh, a legendary resistance.
It is.
Gotcha. It has those. It hasn't been using them.
It does. Yeah, it hasn't used any yet. He thought about using it on the door, but I figured more important things would come up.
This.
Like this.
That's my turn.
Alright. Let's see. That brings us to... Oh, it's its turn. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Before yours, at initiative 20, the beacon spins around another 90. Nobody gets hit by that. Then it switches to its turn. It is going to fire a couple more laser beams, one at Nordo, one at Caspian.
Can you not do that? Be great.
But he those are his legs. He needs those. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
That is another 13 on Nordo.
You're a celestial, right? Come after me, dipshit.
And 30 on Caspian.
Can I see Caspian from where I'm at?
Yeah, there's probably windows all around the base of this lighthouse, so sure, there's like a porthole there.
Actually, can I see Nordo?
Yeah,
too?
yeah, he's right outside the front door behind you. Oh, also, Moat, roll me a d10 for that fire.
Nordo only takes 6 radiant damage, and Vasu is going to look over at Caspian and say, "Sorry, but you're not like a player character." You get it, right?
Rude.
See, that's why he fucks me and not you.
Meanwhile, the fire begins to spread. Moat, you don't actually have like resistance to fire damage, do you?
Wouldn't matter anyway.
Nothing resists his flames.
No, what I'm saying is, are you immune to this fire damage that you're making?
No, definitely not.
Perfect. Well, on your turn, I'll have you roll some fire damage for yourself as
Yeah,
it starts
yes.
to spread. Excellent. Let's see, that was the 2 eye beams. He can only stomp at disadvantage, and almost everyone is out of his range now. He's going to do one on Toto at disadvantage. Oh my goodness. 30 for 31 on Toto.
Strength or be prone.
That was on Totem?
It was on Toto.
You absolute bastard.
Oh no! Oh, he's still up. He's okay. But he is knocked prone. And then finally, at the end of his turn, you watch as the eye, riddled with these Eldritch Blasts, an error or two from Ace, everybody kind of rushing up towards the eye, it suddenly bursts into all of these tiny little particles of light, and then it begins to reform kind of in the center of the lighthouse, filling most of the entire inside of here, taking on the form of a giant, vaguely humanoid form. And you watch as it kind of extends each of its two hands downwards. A long blade of light extends from the middle of each palm. And then begins to look kind of eye to eye with those of you at the 60-foot range, and then down towards Elise on the ground. But that's the end of its turn.
Oh, good. Something I can actually visualize fighting. No, I've never kicked the shit out of a lighthouse before. This makes it easier for me.
Well, it wasn't I.
Yeah, but now he's a whole person I can beat the fuck out of.
And then you notice that everything begins to gleam and glow on the inside as this shimmering field of force kind of covers the inside like a film and begins to radiate heat inwards. Notably, this film covers the open doorway, and you can see that there's just a translucent covering that's kind of blocking the inside of the lighthouse and the outside. Everyone inside the lighthouse currently needs to give me a Constitution saving throw.
I don't think anybody is, but if you're within 10 feet of me, you can add 5 to it.
Does evasion help for this?
Only on deck saves, not con saves.
That's dumb.
You can see that these etched celestial runes begin to glow all around you on the inside of the walls of this building and on the film that covers the doorway. And heat just begins to pour out from them, almost like a gas. Let's see, several of you save for half damage, which is only 17. Those of you who failed take 34 points of radiant damage.
How far away am I from Moat?
Moat is 30 feet up. You are 60 feet up, so you are about 42. Oh, it's going to be... Well, you're 30 feet up, but then you're like 20 feet over.
That's fair.
So I'll go
Okay,
see
it's
what
too
it is.
far. Instead, I'm going to do this for Vasu. Try and keep him slightly alive. Here you go, Waters.
Oh, bless your heart.
How much damage we take?
On a save, 17. On a fail, 34.
I'll save.
Alright, that brings us to Nordo, who is starting to run inside and then immediately bumps into this seal that has been erected. I'm going to assume he just tries to attack the seal, unless you guys want him to do anything else.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that
Is it
seems
a
right.
structure?
Alright, he starts swinging. He starts blasting.
Does his siege weaponness make him stronger?
Probably does. 25 slams in, and you watch as cracks rapidly spread across the seal that has been formed. Let me double check what are the stats on this fucker. Oh, that's not very much. Okay.
I think it says that his AC 10, 25 HP.
Yep. Shit, actually, a lot of that information was not meant to be public. Pretend you don't see anything. Anyway. He's gonna swing again.
How many wounds does the seal take?
The wounds.
I feel like you'd probably flurry for this too.
I think you would. 9 and the 12 misses. Holy shit! Wait, he's reckless. Come on, let's be realistic here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is another 18, and let me double check to see if the first one crits. It does not. So he will flurry here. Let me mark up a key. How do monk?
Bite or a fist? I don't remember.
Uh, 18, 24. Oh, it's still up. He needs the last hit. That'll do it. With his last strike, the seal shatters, and the temperature immediately kind of drops as all the heat just is blown out through the front of the door. And then he's going to step inside. And that'll bring it to Ace.
Perfect. Can I see from, like, here?
Yes, definitely. You can also see that the beacon finishes its rotation. I don't think it's going to catch Caspian. Let me check. Oh, it actually does. Shit. Caspian.
So wait, we have like the beacon eye and then this thing? Because there's two things now?
The beacon gets to here, Caspian saves it, and then the beacon disappears.
Okay, gotcha. All right. All right. Well, time for the good old combo. I'm going to Hunter's Mark that giant motherfucker in the middle of the room. And then I'm going to shoot him.
Uh, 16 does not hit this form.
Oh no.
But a 30 does for 28 points of damage.
All right. Let's see who's 1, 2. I'm going to get over here, kind of out of the way. That's my turn.
All right, that brings us to Caspian. Gonna run inside, 10, 20, 30, gets him up next to everybody. And he's gonna start swinging on this thing. God damn it, Caspian. What the hell? That'll bring us to Mo.
Alright, well, I've got myself in quite a pickle here.
I do need the D10 from you.
Yep.
8 points of fire damage.
Okay. Boy, what does Mo do? Here's what Mo does. I'm going to take a running leap from my burning staircase and try to jump at this thing and hit him on the way down.
Hell yes. Give me athletics or acrobatics. Sick. Give me some attack rolls.
Whoa, was that some sort of plunging attack?
I call it the oh shit, the stairs are on fire.
I like it.
21
The
is
stairs?
good. You just start kind of raking down his side.
I'll smite into that one and then do the second attack here.
Excellent.
Fire damage him?
It sure
Like,
does.
the
Mine
fire-
does.
He did a smite on an enemy that's next to me.
Sure did.
Technically, I'm gonna ignite my weapon.
I think Nordo can do it
Listen.
too now, right?
Yeah, but I can do it better.
You can.
The
Yeah.
fire on the staircase, does it damage the lighthouse?
It definitely seems to be. It's consuming the staircase.
Or is it dealing damage to him?
I don't know how to answer that question. It is definitely damaging the lighthouse, and this thing seems to be kind of like linked to the lighthouse. It's hard. It is maybe the lighthouse.
Is he taking points of damage?
He looks injured from several sources. It's hard to tell if like the fire is like a lot of things are causing him pain right now. What I'm saying is I know the question that you're asking, but there's not a real good in-world way to know if the stair fire is like actually hurting this weird elemental looking thing in front of you.
Nomad points at the fire. Is it that hurting you?
He chooses not to answer.
Very well.
I'll tell you after the fight is over. Because I know it'll drive you crazy.
Assuming the 27 hits, I'll do another smite into that one.
Sure it does. Another 17 and then a smite.
Oh, that's good smite damage.
Ooh, that's
so I
real
just
good
nutted a
smite
little bit.
damage for 29 more points.
And then, I don't know if I land, but you know.
You do. Let me get an acrobatics check.
I would love to fairy fire you. I use my reaction.
Oh, look at that.
You.
Some hero shit.
I'll say you land on your feet and you only take 1 point of bludgeoning.
I forget if that's the current leveled up version of it or not.
I think it is, yeah. Alright, at the end of Moat's turn, it is going to use a legendary real quick. Because it's got those and it should remember to use them. This is... Oh, who's caused it the most pain? I think it has been... Maybe Flick? Or Vasu? Let's send these to Flick.
Not Nordo with his siege weapon.
That's true. That's true. That's true. He remembers what happened to those legs. This is going to be an attack on Nordo. God damn it, what are these natural ones? Oh wait, Reckless! 32 lands for 43 points of radiant damage.
If Nordo wants, he can use the reaction to attack back.
Excellent. He's gonna make a dex save first. Woo! Woo! He is not set on fire by all of that. And sure, he'll use his reaction to swing back, why not?
I don't know what else he does with his.
18 does hit for 14 points. Alright, that brings us to Gale.
Okay. Oh god, it's eating them. I'll protect you guys. Is this like a cliff? What is this?
That is a series of rocks that are about 7 or 8 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah, boy, looking at it now, that's not super clear.
Okay, I'm gonna climb onto Toto with half my movement. I'm gonna use my bonus action to command Toto to move and use an action that he has, I think, only ever used like once because it's terrible and there's no reason to use it ever.
Excellent.
Just gonna heal up a little. And we're gonna cower behind these rocks. But before we can move over there, I'm gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast it back here. Kind of at the ground over there.
Alright.
Outside
right
of
over
the
by the other leg?
tower.
Perfect.
Yeah. Eat my ass.
God damn it. Alright. So...
There's no size limit.
There is no size limit. The magic resistance cancels out with the fact that you've destroyed his other 2 legs for a straight roll. Here we go! of a bitch.
Oh, I'm burning that legendary. I don't even care.
Oh my god, does he? What else? Okay, what's his health at? I think he has to save it. I think he has to save it. No, surely not. Imagine being prone right now. That'd be so bad. Nope, he has to save it. There's worse that could happen. All of you inside feel a sudden, just almost like an earthquake. Like everything around you is suddenly kind of pulled out from under your feet. Those of you down on the ground floor, just give me a very easy like DC 10 acrobatics check to not like have anything terrible happen as the tower tumbles over. Flick, I need a little bit of a higher. Give me a dex save, Flick. You're good too. You're able to kind of like hold on to some railing as the entire tower. Let's see which way it would tumble forward because those two legs are the ones that are broken. Yeah, exactly. There's like a whole shaking, and then eventually it begins to topple southward. Ace, give me a dexterity saving throw for no particular reason.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Come on, guys. Bright side, I think this outcrop here might help you.
It definitely
Did I make
does.
it?
You do. So as Nomad predicted, this thing topples onto this outcropping, and you kind of press yourself deep into a corner, and it slams into this rocky bit and then kind of is redirected just a little bit east, which ends up basically saving your life as this thing comes crumbling down around you. You'll probably still take a little bit, but hang on, let me finish.
I have
drawing this up.
evasion,
90.
so...
Oh, with evasion, you don't take shit. You don't take shit.
Yay!
You're a rogue. I promise this is not a penis guy.
I like literally just squeeze into a crack. I am part of this wall.
Oh no, it's terrible. Don't look at it. Hang on.
My God.
What?
It's a penis.
No, it's not letting me delete it. Guys, don't look. Don't
It's
look.
too late. We're all looking. We're all looking.
Okay, I'm leaving it because Roll20 won't let me delete it.
Have you seen a lighthouse before?
I have, I promise. My mom had like a whole
A penis
lighthouse
before?
themed bathroom. I know that this is not what a lighthouse looks like, guys. I promise. It's even like going off the map a little bit. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna leave it. Anyway, it crashes down like this.
Why does the lighthouse have such a thick foreskin?
Listen. Let's see, Flick was 60 feet up, so that actually puts Flick right about here. We'll say Nomad and Vasu were both 60 feet up, but they used the dex saves to kind of get lower and ride with it as they go. The rest of them were all at ground floor, which means they basically tilt forward. Importantly, it also means that the fire is now here.
Also means the door is trapped under the ground.
And yes, that is a very important part of this whole thing. The door is now pressed straight forward into the ground right about there. And that's where we're at in life. Anything else, Gale?
Just one question is, why don't you have a profile of this map?
I really should, right?
Yeah, like, you had to have expected this to happen.
I did, I
Some
know.
capacity.
Yep. Okay.
That's me. I've
Perfect.
done my damage.
Well, at the end of your turn... Shit.
Gale has done something, says Nomad, surmising.
A reasonable conclusion.
After looking around, Gale has done something.
God damn it. Okay, so this lighthouse even has a legendary action that like helps it against a lot of weird movement impairing effects. None of them save it from being prone. Shit.
It was immune to it for a while, and then it got up.
Well, yeah, the legs got destroyed.
Fortunate.
Fuck me. Alright, this is a disadvantage, but he is going to try to swing one of these blades at... Who does he even blame for this mess right now?
Spurgle for bringing us here.
Right? This is going to be at moat, at disadvantage, because prone technically. 25 might still hit.
I'll shield it.
Damn it! All right, that brings us to Elise. Oh, she didn't make her dex save yet. She's good. She's able to keep her footing on this whole transition. She needs to do some healing. There are some injuries afoot. She is going to kind of make her way to about here. And then she is going to cast a Mass Cure or something. What does she got? Yeah, Mass Cure Wounds. And she's actually going to upcast this shit. So 7 goes to 8, I believe. Pretty sure. Oh, no, wait. She only gets one of those a week. No, she'll keep it at 7.
Fine. 78.
Ooh, that's a good heal still. So 18 points of health to Nordo, Moat, Vasu, Flick, Caspian, and herself.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Alright. With the last legendary action, he's going to take a swing at Elise, because the healer has been located. 21 misses, I think.
Thank fuck.
Yeah, she brings her shield up. That'll bring us back to the top. Ace, finally dethroning Vasu.
Fuck you! I was just distracted.
Okay. Is this fire like spreading?
It is. It sure is. Notably,
Oh,
only up the wooden parts, so it's kind of going to be like a DNA spiral up the side of this thing. The stone won't catch on fire, probably.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just go 1, 2, 3, and I should be able to shoot that thing from here.
Sure can.
Could I? I'm assuming I can't bonus action hide before I do that. Yeah, like. I guess like I am here. I am hidden from him, right?
Okay, so right, you're on rocks. I forgot you're not inside the thing right now. Okay, yeah. So what would have happened? Let's make sure we illustrate this real quick. When it does land on here, it is going to burst through and make a hole at this impact point. So you could potentially like hide and then try to shoot through the hole that has been made.
Am I gonna catch on fire though?
Probably not. The fire is inside of this building, and you're still out.
Oh, okay. I was talking about these fires here.
Yeah, those fires are inside of the building. It's the wooden staircase.
Oh, that's right. It fell over. I'm here. I got it.
It's
Okay,
okay.
cool.
Yeah.
Then I guess I'll hide and try to pop up and shoot it. Then.
All right, fire away.
Do I need to hide?
You
first?
do. And importantly, you are hidden. All it does is cancel out the prone. So it's a straight shot. You do get sneak because you got friends next to it.
Gotcha. So it's just a straight.
Yep. 23 is great, though, for 35 points of damage. Um, 18 does also hit for 14.
Right, and I guess I'll just duck away, hiding behind stuff.
All right, excellent.
That's my turn.
All right, that'll bring us to Moat.
Oh boy. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm just gonna do some attacks on it.
Holy Moses, 30 for 17 is great.
And then I'll smite into that.
Uh, 17.
Then second attack here.
Wait, sorry, just 7 or just 9. He's not a fiend. It's a celestial. 26 is good for another 15.
Yep, and then I'll do another smite into that guy.
For another 10.
And then I'm just gonna wrap around him this way with my movement.
Alright.
And I think that's gonna be it.
Alright, that brings us to Caspian. Prone target, gonna take advantage on that, and hopefully actually hit this time. 27 is plenty for 29 points of slashing damage. And then... yeah, he is going to cunning action disengage, and he's going to kind of come over towards this breach in case he needs to use it in a second. And that'll bring us to Flick. He was prone. Yeah, you can roll for crits if you want. No. Alright, Flick. Woo! Oh my god. So it's a damn shame that prone doesn't give advantage on ranged attacks, because that would be 2 crits. But it is still 3 hits. Right? And also good damage on those first 2. Holy shit. 13, 28, 35 points of damage. You can see the light is beginning to flicker out of this thing. The wings are starting to curl in on themselves, forming almost like this weird rib cage around it. And that is it for Flick. That brings us to Nordo. Nordo needs to take that healing that he received earlier, just a second ago. What did I say, 18? Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna attack. He doesn't need Reckless because he's already prone.
Is it still vulnerable?
It's still prone. It's not currently vulnerable that you guys know of.
Because it's a siege weapon.
Oh, this thing. So the building itself seems to be affected by siege weapon. This thing just takes normal damage from him.
Okay. What if he just attacks the building instead?
He can do that if you guys want.
Does that translate to him as damage?
You guys don't really know.
When the tower fell, did he take damage?
God, like there's not a good way to answer that. How do you look to see if he has taken damage?
It's a different color, he sputters, his light dims, he goes, OW! Any fucking way a normal person would fucking show. Like, it's a creature.
Give me an insight check.
Hey.
You did notice that when this rock punctured the lighthouse, he seemed to momentarily kind of like flicker. There's a lot of things that are hurting him right now, but that did seem to hurt him as well, yes.
But like when we broke 2 of his 3 legs, he didn't like go, ah, fuck, oh god, oh jeez, or anything.
Yeah, he's not like that obvious about it, but you get the sense that he's probably connected to this lighthouse, yeah. He effectively is the spirit of the lighthouse, or the lighthouse is him in some way, yeah.
Have Nordo try and attack the lighthouse next turn, if he gets one.
Alright, perfect.
This is vulnerable to his damage.
Yeah. Alright. He does still hit, though, for 27 points. He'll finish it off with just a normal unarmed strike. For another 8, and that'll bring us to Nomad.
He's not gonna go for any stunning strikes?
Or
He's
use
a monk.
Against the 19 con. I don't want to waste.
Yeah.
I don't want
Does
to waste
his ember go off?
Oh, right. He does. Was he get off of that at level 1? I think it's just his proficiency. Right?
I have no idea. I never have to use it, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to call it proficiency and just take 5 off. I think that's right. Alright, Nomad.
He's prone. That doesn't give me anything. With a range attack, could try. Cool. I'm gonna make a melee spell attack against him. I need to get closer though. Fly a little closer. Oh, is he within 30 feet?
He is, yep.
Cool, this is with advantage. And he just kind of makes a whoomp sound. He smacks it. Little purple pulse of energy.
19 is good for 7 points of force.
21, but still.
Oh, right, yep. Still a hit.
That's it.
Alright, that brings us to Elise. Nordo's still looking real hurt. She can't get to Gale and Toto. Yeah.
She beat up on the thing? Maybe it's best we try and beat this thing up before it gets the turn.
Alright, she will run over and attack then.
Good luck, Elise. She has advantage.
Uh, 28 slams in for 14 points. 7 of that, unfortunately, does not go through. Seems immune to the radiant bit.
That's fair.
But that does bring us to Vasu.
Finish it, Vasu. He's dead.
No, sorry, I was just seasoning my popcorn. I'm just gonna fly straight at this eyeball within the lighthouse. Making whatever movement I need to get a 20-foot dash toward it so that I can ignite it on this first spear hit as well.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so it takes an additional 10 cold damage and then 2d10 ignite damage, right? It's doubled from the crit.
The initial damage is doubled. The tick won't be, but the initial damage is.
Right.
Woof.
So 5 fire damage right off the bat. And you know what? I'm feeling lucky. Give me a con save.
There is no need. Because as you slam in straight between the forehead of this thing, there is an eruption of light that bursts out from it. And all of you are bathed in white momentarily as there's a flash. And then everything begins to kind of just go quiet as bits of concrete rumble and clatter all around you. Glass begins to shatter from the top down. As the magical resilience of the tower is suddenly drained from it, the awkward way that it's propped against all of these stones suddenly begins to have an effect, as the whole thing just kind of crumples and folds in on itself. You guys are able to kind of maintain your safety. Most of you are in places that are structurally sound. Ace, Flick, and Caspian all have to kind of be a little cautious as things are like destroyed around them. But when all is said and done, looking out at the floor of this thing, which kind of rips itself free of the tower and then falls flat onto the ground, you do see that at the center of the base of it, directly below where the eye was sitting, there is a small shimmering white portal.
You put the portal in the inventory and take several short rests. Then we have to go like beat up their god too.
I know that was just the Guardian.
The angel. That's like their moat.
Right? It's a real shitty moat, but you know.
I mean, you kick the shots pretty good.
I see one angel still standing here, so.
Note to self: get moat a chimichanga.
You're the best god I've ever served.
It's always okay. Why is it always Vasu right before the boss's turn?
Because fuck you.
Every time,
Oh.
it's always like that. He was one turn away from flying up to the top of this thing and throwing a big cone right down the middle of himself and getting all of you guys. It's always Vasu, always right before his turn.
That's the role that Vasu serves. If I don't beat Ace in initiative, I come right before the boss. They're the most dangerous competitive.
It's very important.
We need healing.
All right.
And mana.
Yeah,
And
Elise.
mana.
Elise can help with some of this. Hang on.
Can we absorb this tower's mana?
You do a little bit of work to contain the fire. Fortunately, because it only has so much like wooden path to consume, you're able to kind of cut it off at either end and contain it.
Now what shall we do?
Well, the plan was to go through this portal, but I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
There are 200 or so Kuatoa.
That's
I
just
feel-
what they said.
That is what they said. Must be what they believed.
That's
I
weird. With the
also believe they were going to be reincarnated into sponges.
They did though.
Oh, that's right. That did happen. This is weirder than the moon.
yeah, it's a weird time.
Find flares and dragons on the moon. Wait, the dragon was on the moon. The dragon
It's
was
weird
in
because I've never had any person so closely related to any sort of organized religion actually tell any form of truth like this before.
Hey. Elise spends several minutes doing some prayers of healing. You guys can divvy up 42 among yourselves. That is definitely not going to be enough. Let me just go ahead and throw a few more out there. Alright, healing pool is up to 72.
How does prayer of healing work?
That takes her an hour. She does 6 prayers of healing back to back, so that's an hour of healing right there.
But how does it work?
Um,
Do we all just get?
Normally, oh wait, I'm sorry, hang on. It's 6
Yeah.
times that. You're totally right. Okay, she might not have to do the whole thing. I forgot. So it's so anytime you guys are like out of combat like this, I'm cool with you just turning it into a pool and splitting
Yeah.
it. But with that said, you might not need the second round of it because multiply by 6. 42 times 6. That's a lot better. You guys have 252 to go around from her prayers of healing.
That's not how prayer of healing works.
It's that's why I'm asking. Like, prayer of healing doesn't work that way. It just targets several creatures and they get
Yeah.
healed.
Six people get 2d8 plus her spell mod.
Yeah, and she did it 3 times.
Yeah. So 6 people just get 42 hit points.
Right. And what I'm saying is, I'm cool with her just pooling that all into a big pool, and you guys can split it up instead of her picking 6
But
people.
that's complicated.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Then in that case, Nordo, Elise, Flick.
A bunch of us are almost full anyways.
That's fair.
I need healing.
Nordo, Elise, Flick, Ace, Caspian.
I'm joking. I'm at full health.
Okay. Nordo, Elise, Flick, Caspian, Nomad, and Moat. You each get 42 points of health.
I'm a little offended that you picked Caspian over me, but whatever. It's fine after all we've been through.
Caspian is very, very hurt, for the record.
I'm at 56 out of 102.
She was offended by your NPC comment.
I'm bloodied.
That's true.
She's also an NPC.
Gale and Toto are still very hurt. She will also do some healing on the two of you.
It's fine. I gave you shit. I'll do it myself.
Okay.
I'm running real thin though.
I'm at full health. Oh. Better. And I'll spend some time helping mend Toto to full. Let's mend Toto together. We have like hours. Well, 1 hour.
30 minutes.
30 minutes should be fine to get him to full.
Elise
I can help too if I need to.
Elise can have 5 hit points.
Thank you.
Vasu and Flick might still need some. Sure. We do a prayer circle around Toto. Just Gale, Nomad, and Moat. Manned. Manned.
And this is why his repair action is almost entirely useless.
You can use it on like other things though, at least, right?
Technically, but it's also one of those things that, like, he has a hard cap of only 3 per like, long rest.
What? Why?
Which, yeah, it's...
What's the point of it?
Like, it's a decent heal for in the middle of combat and stuff. But yeah, it is really weird. I've just never found a really good use for it, because usually, like, it's not going to heal him enough to save him from another hit anyways. So,
Okay, real talk though. Is Elise actually gonna heal me at all?
no, you have 52 hit points.
Not bloodied.
She'll heal you. Hang on.
You're not bloodied, not according to your icon.
I am exactly at bloodied. I'm at 56 out of 102. It just doesn't show me as
Flick
bloodied.
hurt himself. You gain 46 HP from Flick.
Ooh, nice.
Maybe I should have kept my heal gun.
What you do with it?
Flick, you don't need to like hurt yourself. For me.
It's too late now. Go on without me.
I turned my heal gun into a size beam.
Oh.
I'll give Flick 15 points of lay on hands after he hurts himself.
That would be good, thanks. But cool.
That throat damage really is killing Flick.
I played it up a little bit just then, but it's fine.
I appreciate your sacrifice.
Right, now, what shall we do? Should we camp here for 1 night and recuperate some mana?
Through the portal.
Or get right through?
What if the portal doesn't stay open? We probably should go.
Yeah, we should probably go.
Let's go. Spurgle, will you come join us? We did
Yeah,
just kill this
you
right in
you
front
did, you did, you proved it. You proved it back on the ship, and you proved it again that you can definitely maybe kill these gods and become even stronger than them. And at this point, I suppose I've already betrayed all of my kind anyway, and my odds of becoming a sponge are pretty much out the window. So let's just see what this new adventure has in store, huh?
And also, Nomad is your father, and you'll listen to him.
Yes, Daddy.
Spurgle Google, I'll turn you into a sponge someday.
Will you?
Yeah.
Will I turn back into a Kuatoa?
No.
If you wish to be.
Oh, God. Oh, this is a strange choice that I've made. This isn't like all a dream, is it?
Would it make you feel better if it was?
Maybe. But at this point, I feel like I've seen some of the veneer of organized religion peeled back, and I don't know if there's any going back.
This angel tried to ask us many riddles, and then it tried to kill us anyway.
They were real puzzles. I was stumped by a couple of them. I still don't know anything about an open-faced burrito.
I know only
God, I'm
chimichanga.
hungry.
I am too. I need to get food soon.
Also, what was the answer to the 8 bigger than 10 or 10 bigger than 8?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 8.
So, because I promised, damage to the lighthouse did actually damage the spirit god of the lighthouse. Yes. The trade-off is that the building itself has fucking crazy AC and resistance
like
to everything
23
except
or
siege
something?
weapons. It was 25 until the darkness. The darkness lowered it by I think it was 3. I have to go check my notes.
The darkness was helping.
The darkness does help. And then when you write it, when you 8 is bigger than 10 when you write it.
Also, an open-faced burrito is just the taco salad.
Oh God.
Wait.
8 has 5.
Bite me.
6. I don't know. 5 letters, and 10 has 3.
Oh.
I hate it.
Infinity symbol.
Don't worry, I hate it all. And honestly, that infinity answer was really fucking clever. Alright. What are you guys doing? Are you guys going in? Or are you resting?
That's
It's about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. The sun is starting to set over the horizon. It's getting pretty close to sundown.
Spurgle. Does this portal stay open, or do we need to move?
That's a really good question. Every time I've gone through it, it has been by not killing the angel that guards it. So I don't really know what the nature of this portal is currently.
What will we expect on the other side of the portal?
There is a pool, and all of our friends are there. And on some days, we have a special barbecue when we had a successful hunt. So if they're expecting a body back today, there's a good chance that there will be some pineapple kebabs. But also, they're all going
And
to want to
also
kill you because you're not Koatoa. So I'll eat the pineapple kebabs, and you guys can deal with that.
Would it be safer for you to stay here?
Perhaps, but there's no
Pineapple
pineapple
kebabs.
kebabs out here. And if all of the other hunters come back tonight and ride the waterfall up and find out that I'm here with the dead angel, they're gonna be like, "Whoa, you're so cool! You killed that angel." We gotta murder you now, though. By the way.
Very well. Stay close.
So go through then? I guess it's either wait here for death or go through for death.
It's easier to face Hunter Kuatoa than... How many did you say there were?
In the whole clan, there's probably like 250 or so. If you go
Not
now, a
all
lot
of
of
them are
the yeah, I was gonna say if you go before sundown, well, actually we're getting pretty close. But if you go quickly, the hunters won't be back yet.
I have a few ways to deal with them.
Oh yeah, like what?
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Understood. Secrets.
Come on, Spurgle, go. We'll get you some pineapple kebabs.
All right. You guys heading in?
Yeah.
All right.
Let me go precast some things first.
Sure.
First of all, because my flight is gone, I have to cast it again. I'll use 3 mana this time, so I'll get 2 hours of flight. Then I'm going to do Sanctuary.
Perfect.
So, let's go inside.
All right. As the first person touches, you watch as there's a flicker of light, a popping noise, and then they simply disappear from view. I assume the rest kind of just follow along quickly, timing it to go as close to all together at the same time as you can. And as soon as you touch, you find yourself kind of pulled into this lightheaded state. There are visions of bright colors that kind of flash by your peripheral, and then you feel this kind of cold that surrounds you on all sides, and then wet, and then pressure and depth. And then you feel this pressure rapidly relieved as if you're kind of surfacing very quickly from under the water. And then with a burst and a splash and the sound of drips of water kind of coming to rest all around you in this little pond, you all find yourselves floating, swimming, kind of dog paddling at the top of an illuminated pool of water in the middle of a large cavern that is all kind of lit by this soft blue that seems to be emanating from the pool itself, as well as from several pieces of large anemone and coral around the cave that give off a little bit of just bioluminescence. However, you can see almost immediately as you look around that you're in the middle of a very large Kuatoa camp. You see that there are tents, there are campfires going, and there are lots of Kuatoa that are looking straight at you, and many of them immediately reach for weapons and begin to go hostile.
Nobody fucking move! And I'm gonna hold up the Orb of Devastation. And I'm gonna look down into the water and realize that Toto's drowning. I'm just like, Toto, come on, you're embarrassing me.
They don't know
Oh,
what
shit,
it
it's
is.
got a
Give me an intimidation check.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
All right.
Flash of genius. I hope.
Oh no!
I use a flash of genius
What does that make it?
for a total of 12.
Okay, let me see here.
Toto, you're embarrassing Daddy. Come on. Danger.
Danger. Drowning sounds. Danger. I think he doesn't need to. Oh wow.
Oh my god, these worthless fish. Several of them begin to draw weapons, and some of the more aggressive ones begin to kind of charge towards the lake. But then simultaneously from the back of the room, you hear three voices all at once call out a single word in Kuatoa. And you watch as three ornately garbed priests, one holding a crackling fork over its head, begin to speak in low, calm tones in Kuatoa that some of you understand. Brothers, we don't know what this powerful magic is. Perhaps this is a boon that we can turn, that we can bring to the thermometer. The other one kind of nudges him in the ridge and says, "It's the mom eater." To the mom eater.
Build
I-
bomb eater?
I am the one who toppled your tower.
You toppled the tower?
You will listen to my demands now.
Oh, the warriors kind of part ways, and the three oracles all begin to approach. They stop maybe about 15 feet away. They kind of stamp the butts of their staves down, and they begin
Once
to
we
call
get to
out.
about 30, I'm gonna like wave the bomb and like,
Sure. They stop. They. Does your telepathy let you bypass language? We have this conversation all the time. I'm going
Yeah,
to assume that you know what you're
it
doing.
does.
Okay, and they all stop when you begin waving the bomb around, and one of them calls out, in broken common, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you come to our holy site?"
I'm here to demand the release of your prisoners.
Unacceptable. We will not have our ways interrupted by you not so close to the ritual.
How many of them are there?
Looking around, there are these three oracles. You can see that behind them there are these two large creatures that look kind of like the weird visions that Nomad had of the weird, like, snake, eel, fish creatures. But there's two of them, and they're more just kind of like worm-shaped all around. They're probably about 12 feet long, all said and done. Except they have a single large fish, like a tuna, at the head of it, and it seems to use that as sort of its main face. And there are 2 of those creatures. And then Kuatoa-wise, there are 3, 7, 12, 18, 24. 24 Kuatoa.
Are they all
They're all-
bunched up together?
A lot of them are, including the 3 priests.
That's all.
He just watches what Gale does. Though he does seem concerned about the bomb being waved around.
And hold the bomb down to Toto. I'm gonna have him like put it in his mouth as if he's like about to break the cage. I'm gonna... If you don't release them, I will take everybody in this cavern with me.
Don't you understand? We'll all be reborn as sponges. What are you going to do then?
Oh, you think that this thing lasts like an hour? It's gonna tear through your spongy bodies
What?
and leave you but nothing but shitty husks in a dark cave. We're in a
What?
cave, right?
What is this? What is this shiny marble that you've brought? What is this trinket that you would bring? This cursed object? What do you foul our waters
Oh,
with?
it's actually really cool. It like creates a massive windstorm that does a bunch of damage over the next hour. It'll basically turn everything in this cave to sand, including your spongy bodies.
And how do you activate it?
You think I'm gonna tell you that? You think I'm some kind of idiot?
One of them becomes like, we kind of hoped that maybe you would.
Besides, even if I told you how to use it, which I won't, you're not gonna get it from me anyways.
So it's everything though. Like you're not immune to it.
I am because I'm a tower toppler.
Give me a deception check. God damn it, Gale. Okay, please, for the love of God, roll well.
I am the one who knocks.
What?
Oh! Vindication! The 3 of these elders begin to kind of huddle up and speak. There's some sage nods and some whispering. And eventually they turn, and one of them looks and says, "Very well, very well." And then calls out in Kuatoa, "Get the orb! Take it from them!
That's not how this works.
We will turn
2
it
out of
upon
3
the
is not a
city!"
quorum.
We will call your bluff, and we will raise your precious city with your wind bomb.
Alright, Gale, hand it over. Just check the orb. But they have to roll wisdom saves to take it.
Oh, God damn it, Nomad. Alright, let me finish setting this up.
Basically just holding it above his head like, no, you're short. Stop this.
No, come on, no man, it's mine.
No, this is yours.
We all agreed.
Yeah, you can have this, just they can't have it. I'm merely holding it for you.
That's what I have a gun for.
Well, you need 2 hands to hold your gun.
That's true.
I am holding it for
Quite
you.
large.
We're rolling initiative.
We are.
Do we have a map?
We do. I'm planting everything on the map right now. Hang on. It is also pretty late, so we probably won't actually get too deep into the initiative here, but
Yeah, Nordo just disappeared too.
Yeah.
He'd like to get in on this.
I'll at least like show you guys the map, and we'll roll the first round even if we don't play it out.
But I'm the tower toppler.
You are the tower
Yeah,
I want
toppler.
to fight stuff.
I have 30 minutes before I have to go to work.
I need to fight something that is in a tower
Oh, you're in luck. There's a lot of them.
so that I can knock it prone. Stun it.
Oh, the tower was stunnable, just not by any of us.
That's a lot of baddies.
Just a handful.
The snake-like things. Link.
Totally normal names.
How do you even? I like how the rest of them just have like adjectives and Kuotoa. Because you couldn't come up with 1 billion of these.
I wouldn't dream
Gibberish.
of naming every one of these
Yeah.
Kurotoa.
Right. Just the two big ones.
There's just one or two too many for me to bother with that.
This is quite a lot of enemies.
I want to go first so bad.
Pretty quick. Not quite first, but pretty quick.
But he's gonna get in my way.
Let me add everyone else. All these other terrible creatures.
Me again.
Doesn't Ace roll with advantage? Yeah, he does.
He does. It's marked up there.
It just doesn't always give me good rolls. I guess it's not too bad.
Yeah. Should be okay. You're +7.
Why is there a giant triangle to the far right?
I'm just planning.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the stomp, so I was scared. Are you trying to do something?
Oh, that would be
Are we-
amazing.
Are we actually doing, or are we just rolling initiative and holding off till next session?
That's up to you guys. I don't know if you guys gotta wrap things up for work or how much time you guys got.
I'm good to go for a bit.
Mostly Frisk, I guess.
I'm good
Yeah,
for a little while. Depends on how long people take in their turns.
Cool. We'll try to get through around real quick then.
Alright. My turn is thankfully pretty quick. Can I see a 20-foot cube?
You can. Let me finish adding everything to initiative real quick though.
For sure. I'm probably going for about that same area that's being targeted by that circle right now.
Oh boy, so
20-foot cube is so small.
this backup site that I'm using adds music to a lot of their tracks, and it's just super not fitting for what's going on right now. I wonder if this one will work. Let's do this. That'll work. All right, Vasu, you are first act, and you said a 20-foot cube?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Mm.
There you go. Should be able to move that around.
That's smaller than I would hope, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If I can kind of set it there, but angle it in a way that it hits both of the big worms in the back.
Yeah, you got some music in the background.
Whew. Oh boy, that's a bunch of deck saves. Okay. Oh my god, one of them actually made it. Alright. You slam down, and the earth just begins to crack open and swallow several things in that area, including damaging a rope bridge that kind of leads up onto one of these platforms. However, it catches many of the Kuoto in the blast. Only one of the oracles and one of the snake creatures are able to save against it. It leaves rubble strewn across that entire square area. Anything else?
Yeah, that square stays difficult terrain. I'm going to save my key points in my bonus action, but just kind of move up to interpose between all of these Kuotoa and Elise. That's my turn.
Cool, cool. Let's see, that'll bring us to Ace.
Can I see this unfriendly Kuotoa?
You can. He's definitely peeking over the edge like he's getting ready to fire some spells down.
Does he have cover?
He has, we'll call it half cover.
Okay, so he has no cover.
Correct.
Zach, can you leave that square up actually, because it does become difficult to read. It takes a very long time to clear by hand.
It's still up. I
That's
just
kind
had
of
it
the
on
whole point of that.
I had it on the wrong order. There we go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just mostly trying to slow those advancing.
For sure. No cover. Oh my god.
And am I saying that right?
Pretty close. You're forgetting the accent. 39.
What a horrible name.
What about now?
Oh my god. Ace.
Holy shit, Ace.
Stop it. 21, 30 more points. Holy shit. He's still standing, but he did not like that.
I have one more shot. We'll see what happens.
Oh my god. I'm just glad the crit wasn't on the first one.
Oh.
Holy shit. It still hits for 17, but he's still up.
All right, and then I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. So I didn't. And then 5, 6, 7. He's the only person who should be able to make an attack of opportunity on me.
And
At disadvantage because my cloak's active.
And he will. Here we go. "14 misses.
Miss.
All right.
That's my turn.
That brings us to the Dirty Boys. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's so many of them. 5 is up there on defense. He'll come here and dodge. These guys are already next to Vasu. This guy will come around and dodge. Okay, here we go. Attack time. 2 for Vasu.
Miss.
1 for Nomad.
Wisdom save.
Oh, right. That's a fail. He's got to redirect that onto Caspian, which means it misses. 2 on Nordo.
You can attack me with something so simple as a spear?
Oh god.
I've been using a spear my whole life.
Nordo takes a little bit of damage.
With backhand compliment yourself.
Shut up.
One
Use
on
simple
haste.
weapons to the highest extent of their ability. That's my class feature.
All right.
I don't need a martial weapon to kick your ass.
Mozart.
Alright. I will.
Fists have a higher damage die than most martial weapons. Fuck off.
I will run over here. I will. Boy, I'm tapped on everything. I will go ahead. I do have a sword, and I will go ahead and pop Mantle. And then I will do. We'll start with an attack on Grumpy over here.
Alright. Whoo boy. Slam in for 14, plus some extra from Mantle.
And so 19 total. And then second attack on Grumpy also. So 21 total.
Just starting to cleave through this guy.
And phew, I think that's gonna be it. I'll just hold here.
Alright. Flick.
Alright. We'll take an opportunity attack from Chubby here, but
Sure will. Here we go. Ooh, 25?
does hit.
Alright. The impact itself doesn't hurt very much, but you feel this spark that seems to connect. It almost feels a little bit like, I don't know if you've ever been punched by Vasu, but it kind of feels like getting punched by Vasu. You are unable to take reactions till the end of your next turn.
It's like a stunning strike, but much more pathetic.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh my goodness. What is this?
I'm a dragon.
What is this? Oh my god.
Hey!
Okay. Well then.
You could have hit Gale and Toto.
We're Gale and Toto. They're right.
They're under the yellow lines.
They're
Oh wait,
here.
then what's over here then? Is that just something stuck on my screen then?
It's just stuck on your
Yeah.
screen.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, do these things have... Nope, they sure don't. Why would they have magic resistance? Okay, one of them saves for half.
Compass only works for spell attack rolls, right? This isn't an attack roll.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4 of these boys. One save. Up top, the one that Ace had started to work on is frozen into an icy sculpture, which then topples over the edge and shatters.
That's neat. Oh, I wanted to take it back and put it on the table.
Okay, let's see. We got one of these, two of these. And then 1, 2 of those. Oh, save does not matter on that one. Well, shit. Shit the bed, that's real bad. This blast of frigid air just erupts out. The entire surface of the cave, most of which is kind of covered in this moist cave water, just freezes over into this awful, shiny, glimmery, slick surface. Several of the Kuatoa are just immediately transformed into frozen sculptures, one of which topples over the edge and shatters. The other two just stand in place at the ready. Fuck me, that was a lot of damage. Alright, anything else?
No, it should be it. I softened them up for everybody else, so have at it.
Okay, goddamn. Alright, what can these boys do? Okay, Gary did not like that one bit, so Gary is going to come around to here. And going to cast a spell on Flick. Flick, you watch as your fingertips and your toe tips and the tip of your tail begin to kind of turn to dust. You feel yourself being pulled out of your body into another place, and I need a, I believe it's a charisma saving throw.
Oh no, what a nightmare.
No! Fuck! You are able to maintain control and avoid the banishment. Larry, on the other hand, is just going to go for a more direct approach. He's going to call down some holy vengeance right in the middle of the crowd. 10-foot radius. Larry.
Which one is Larry? Oh, that Larry.
That Larry. Alright, this beacon of light and fire erupts up from the pool. You see shimmering light form underneath you and then burst free, bubbling at first as if in boiling water and then erupting into basically a giant laser beam. I need some saves from everyone in that circle. Let's see, what kind are we talking here? They're going to be dex saves. Against the worst damage roll ever.
You think you can scam me with a dex save? Who the
Apparently
fuck do you
not.
think I am? You're pathetic. Of why I'm underneath my boot. And I don't even wear boots.
Buster, shut up. Is Spurgle attacked by this?
Oh,
Want me to shut up?
Yes, he is. I need to put him on the map.
Spend a spell
Seriously,
slot.
don't tell me to shut up. That was very rude.
You talk too much. Please shut up.
Ow. You hurt Vasu so much, I changed voices on accident.
Twenty-four temp HP for Spurgle.
Bless you.
You say shut up. You see, he is very concerned for his new child being injured. And he continues this strange rage. Which one of you did this?
That does block every point of damage he was about to take. Alright, with that, it brings us to Nerdo, who will just dodge because he's not really here. Which brings us to these guys. Ow. Just gotta run up to here.
And I take 24? 24.
Yep. Alright, here we go. First attack, or first series of attacks, rather. It's going to be one of each. So these are on Vasu.
Both miss.
Next two are going to be on Gale.
Yeah. First one's a little block, but
I'll use my reaction if I have it. I think I do. Have I used one yet?
I think you do. Flick was the only person that I think lost his so far.
Tight.
Nice. The next one is going to try to attack Nomad. Oh, and he's able to for the first one, and then second one not able to. So the first hit on Nomad misses anyway, and then he has nobody to redirect the bite onto, so he does not. Next up is going to be one on Moat. 16 and 17, I think, both miss.
Yes.
Alright, that's it for them. Brings us to Elise. Elise is going to use a bonus action to get the spiritual weapon out. For a little bit of chip damage on the mouth breather. I don't know how that works when you have gills, but then she's going to run over and smack it the old-fashioned way as well. For another 15. And then finally, that brings us to, or I guess not finally, but next that brings us to these guys. They want to get out of this terrible place that they're in.
Can they?
They're going to try. Smart is going to run over here.
Difficult terrain.
It is. Uses all of the movement to get there. Athletic is going to sneak around back to this way. Tall is going to use all their movement to get to here, just barely at the edge of it. That one's dead. This one's up top. Okay, now what can they actually do? Smart is going to stamp their staff down into the ground and cast a spell. And you see that several spectral snakes begin to swirl around it in an aura.
Counter charm.
Counter charm. Tall is going to cast a different spell and do a little bit of this.
These are the 3 priests?
Yeah.
Are their icons different? I can't really...
Yeah, it's the ones with the little purple orbs next to their names.
Oh, okay, there's little icons next to your names.
So Smart put up an aura of snakes around itself. Tall threw out a heal. Athletic. Athletic points the staff towards the pool that you guys are in, and it begins to churn and swirl into a whirlpool.
That's not good.
Let me read how this works, because there's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is a whole lot. Within
Is
20
this
minutes.
the 50-foot square?
It is. It's actually much more than a 50-foot square. Okay, now hang on a second. 50-foot square is 5 by 10, right? Like we're talking the area?
No, I think they mean 50 by 50.
Ooh, you might be right. Hang on.
It's 25 feet deep.
Shit, I think you're right. Son of a bitch.
It's like a real spell.
It is.
Fuck, don't see sorcerers have access to this.
They should? Or is it
It's
just a,
one of the
it's a
strongest
cleric spell?
spells.
I think it's just a cleric spell, isn't it? Or is it cleric wizard?
Druids might have it. I
That
remember
makes sense.
something like this with Zircon.
Okay, we'll just raise the water level instead. The water begins to bubble and then burst and erupt out until it is flooding basically the entire cavern. Let's see, how much can it go up? Can what by as much as 20 feet. So yeah, everything is basically dunked in 20 feet of water, including you guys. So you're all now swimming. But so are they. Everyone's swimming. It's a big swimming time. 20 feet of water. I'll try to get some sort of a map indicator done for that over the week if it lasts that long. And then finally, there's the guy up on the ledge who is actually now much closer to you because the water is raised 20 feet. What can they do that looks fun?
Weird sorcerers have no access to it.
That is kind of weird, actually.
Because it's one of the strongest spells in the game. If you're in any water.
Oh my god, do you guys know what's cooler than casting one spell? Casting two spells as a team. The other Archpriest is going to use all of this water, and they are also going to cast Control Water. And now there's a vortex in the middle of the room.
Not 25
They're in
feet
it
deep.
too, though.
Oh my god, I think you're right.
They're in it too, though.
Shit!
You idiot.
No,
You
it's only 20 feet deep. Son of a bitch. It's like the people who made this spell knew exactly what I would try to do with it. Son of a bitch bastard. Okay, you know what? He casts Control Water again and raises it another 20 feet, so it's 40 feet deep now. We're gonna get some teamwork going. We're gonna get some teamwork going in this bitch. That does mean that you guys are now at eye level with these raised platforms throughout the rest of the room. And we'll say you're carried up with the water. I don't know if that's how it actually works, but we'll say that that's how it works for now.
hit the ceiling at least.
Yeah. All right. That brings us to Caspian. I believe he's actually a good swimmer. I think he's got a swim speed. I could be wrong. Nope, sure doesn't. Alright, that's fine. He knows how to stab things. He's gonna stab the dude right next to him. Between him and Nomad. For, oh my god, plenty.
43.
Absolute evisceration. There's no coming back from that. No heals for this guy. That'll bring us to Gale.
Sushi.
That's problematic because this changes my entire turn. I need to rethink things. Okay.
If it helps, I'm just gonna blow up a bunch of people.
Please don't use my bomb.
No, not your bomb. I have spells for this sort of thing. I'm just holding it for. Do you want it back, by the way? Do you need it for anything?
I'm a really bad swimmer, so it's probably not the best idea.
Okay, I'll keep holding on to your bomb for now.
Okay, well, shit. Okay, I'm gonna do this anyways, even though it's terrible and probably won't work. Very well. I'm gonna load up a salamander shot.
They're not technically underwater.
They're in water.
Oh. But their heads aren't. That's the most vital part of you, right? Your head. It's perfect.
So I'm gonna shoot it at the intimidating Gotoa.
Excellent. Slams in. Easy shot.
Okay, so it takes the 14 piercing plus an additional 16 points of fire damage. And everything in that area needs to make a dex save, DC 17.
Son of a bitch. Okay, let's see. Let's start with Smart. Fail on both counts. That drops. As quickly as they appeared, all of the snakes are gone. Moving to Tall. Tall, I really need you to make this. Tall! The water immediately recedes 20 feet.
Some of them hovering in the air.
I don't like this ride.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. And then let's see, Crafty is a normal. God, oh, he doesn't need to concentrate on anything. Jealous is a monitor.
Oh, they don't take part of the 16. They take a different.
Oh, okay, what are they taking?
10.
Gotcha, and that is fire, right?
Intimidating also is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the initial shot gets an extra 48. And then the flash does 2d8.
Hell yeah. Alright, there's an eruption and a flash, and the water does seem to help them a little bit, but not entirely. Some of them are scorched very heavily across their faces and head fins. And you've broken 2 of their concentration.
Which is important.
And I am going to actually a second shot, so I'm gonna shoot this boy, which is a regular shot.
All right, fire away.
Actually, could I shoot the big snake next to Flick?
Sure can.
Ooh, pack tactics.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's a solid hit for 13.
Then I'm going to use my bonus action to have Toto start to just walk on the seafloor.
Good call. So that little pond thing, once you've been transported through it, is only about 6 or 7 feet deep. So he's able to just kind of climb up it like a bowl, yeah.
Well, isn't it still 20?
Yeah, so he's still 20 feet underwater because it's been temporarily raised, yeah. I just mean that, like, this spot is about 6 feet lower than this spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it 20 feet or 40 feet?
It was 40 feet. Concentration was broken on one of them to bring it down to 20 feet.
And he can actually just get to the base of this,
Excellent.
this ramp.
Perfect.
Because half speed, I assume.
Yep. Alright. Anything else?
That is it. I'm gonna hope Caspian can save me.
Alright. Nomad, your child actually looks pretty fine. Especially with the shield that you threw up on him, but yeah, he looks good.
Still, who attacked him? Who did this?
The one who called down the flame strike was Larry, which is this asshole in the back here.
You. Does this avoid hitting Vasu?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't like it, whatever it is.
Flick's Cone of Cold hit them. No one seemed like they were unaffected by...
No, they all seem to be
cold.
affected by it.
Okay, and they're still in water, yes?
They are. They are swimming at the top of a 20-foot tall pool.
Which is about to be completely frozen in the sphere. As I choose ice. Take a bonus action, increase the DC by 2. 43 cold damage. 20 deck save.
Holy shit, okay. Alright, let's start with these 3 priests. And one needs a con
One makes
save.
it.
That brings... Oh wait, he wasn't concentrating on that. He was the one who did the... No wait, what was he concentrating on? Oh, he was the one doing water. I forgot Tell healed. But either way, it's been done now. Now the deed is done. Okay. Fuck me.
It's 4 archpriests.
Alright, the 2 guardians need...
Deck save.
One makes it.
Oh, one makes it. Dang, rolled an 18. It wasn't even the right one.
Nope. Wrong one, failed it.
Fail.
Alright, this blast of cold erupts. It forms this sheet of ice across the surface of the water that then splinters fragments and fires bits of ice in all directions. Several of the Kuoto are knocked unconscious by this. One more loses consciousness and the water recedes. The one that was technically... We're doing it out of order, but now that happens.
We did it.
Larry, however, has seen your eyes lock with his and is able to dodge the attack. And you see just the tightest bit of a curled smile at the side of his face. He knows what he did.
I will wear you.
Anything else?
Oh, that's it.
Your child swims forward and tries to stab this guy.
Traitor.
Ah.
Yeah, he runs over to this cunning Kuatoa. He's not able to land his surprise bite, but then he follows up with a couple of these lightning and power fist attacks for 20 points of damage on his friend. And that brings us to the normal monitors. Are there any alive? There are some. Okay. One here. One here. One here. One here. And one here. Nope, just kidding. One here. Alright. First of all, Flick. All that for you.
Ow.
Next. Gonna try on Nomad. I think
Oh,
fails
that's-
all 3
that's
times.
Down.
Oh, is that
No,
down?
that's down. I attacked.
X. Oh yeah, that's right. Alright, then these are all
I
for
made
you.
a pretty big attack. Miss. That one hits.
Alright, 11 points of damage, some of which is lightning. And you are unable to take reactions till the end of your next turn.
I use a shield and that's gonna miss.
Let's jump to this one's on Elise.
Actually, I will take that. 6 and 5.
Cool, cool. Ooh, the crit gets through. $20 points on Elise. Shit. Shit, she don't look so good. Grumpy's gonna swing on Moat. 22 might hit.
No, just misses.
And then on Ace.
Disadvantage, so
10, 12, 23.
Yeah, the third one hits.
Alright, 9 points of damage, no reaction until the end of your next turn. Water is bursting up and down through the cave. Everything is in a frantic mess. There's bits of lightning sparks going on as these things punch. Some of them are kind of spinning these electric-tipped forks in your directions. There's healing going out, Kuatoa going down and coming back up. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Can we at least roll the next round initiative to see if I go first?
Yeah,
again?
we can do that real quick. Oh, Flick's up. Oh wow, Vasu's actually like pretty far down there for once.
Since I won't be here at the beginning, I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out now if that's okay.
Sure, go for it. And
Hey,
Ace,
double digit.
Ace, you can actually do the same thing too, since you're usually a bit late.
Okay. What would I do?
Oh god. That's a deck save, right? Oh, strength save.
Strength save.
I never asked this, but what is the lighting in here?
It's pretty well lit. There's lots of coral and anemones giving off light, and it also seems that the water itself is casting kind of a dim blue light on everything.
And everything in here is flooded?
It is currently 20 feet flooded, yep.
So I'm like right next to. How high is this up?
That is 40 feet up. About 42 feet up. It's just barely above the water when the water is 40 feet.
So I could just literally just get on land.
If the water was 40 feet deep, yes, but it's currently only about halfway up it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right. So you said go ahead and do what I'm going to do on my turn. I'm probably just going to move a hunter's mark onto one of these people
Yeah, go for it.
and then booming blade them.
Perfect. flick up top. That devouring maw rips open. The guardian is able to resist. The other two are not. Both of them are very heavily injured. They almost look down. Oh, okay, that's fair.
Did the Guardian take damage? Because it takes damage either way at the start of its turn.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
That might be the wrong type of damage. I
Who's
think that was including like sneak attack, which I don't have.
Who was this on?
Whichever of these two, Dirty or Pierce, looks more weak. What I don't know what their symbols mean.
Dirty is a little dude. He's got just a tiny little spear and a shield. Pierce is the one that looks like he has lightning fists, and he's also a bit bigger and a bit buffer.
Oh, then that's who I want to hit with that. But I think that might have been some wrong damage.
That's some really good damage.
Yeah, I think that might have been had some sneak attack built into it.
Yeah.
It looks like the 3d6 would be extra because that would be your sneak. So it's going to be that minus 13. That's still 18 points of damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Hunter's Mark, so it should be another d6. So it should be, I think it should be 2d6 plus 2d8.
Oh yeah, you're right. So that would add another one of the 6s back on. Nice.
Can I keep the 2 that are 6s?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. With that, that's where we'll wrap up and pick up next week.
Does my cloak activate at the beginning or the end of my turn?
Start of your turn.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. All right.
Cool.
I'll see you guys next week.
Let it.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.